Alrighty, so didn't get a chance to stream yesterday. I had a bunch of little things pop up, like a number of little bits and bobs things pop up, get in the way, and then a little bit of a health issue. I needed to make sure I didn't need to go to the doctor. I was waiting all day for them to tell me whether or not I had to come in. But Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays are my guaranteed shows, and then Thursdays and Saturdays are when I like to play some video games. I was supposed to be able to play video games all day tomorrow, but my daughter's school did the right thing. I very rarely agree with my daughter's school. They tend to do a lot of dumb shit, but what they did was actually really good. They said to my daughter, you've missed a bunch of science Olympiad practices because you're on the bowling team. And my daughter was kind of upset, and I said, hey, that's how it is. If you miss practice, you can't play. And she's like, yeah, but I'm at a school activity. I said, yeah, but you got to pick. That's like, it's a good lesson in life for kids to be told. Like, it's not the parent telling it. I think sometimes what's wrong with our country is that the parents and the schools are in opposition with each other all the time. Like, sometimes you got to let the school tell the kids something, and then you reinforce that lesson at home. Sometimes you have to communicate with the school and let the school know. Like, the school called me today, and again, I said very rarely do I agree with them. They called me to tell me that I had to make the decisions on my daughter's schedule. And the school was like, it was amazing to me, the vice principal's response, because the vice principal called and said, yeah, your daughter needs to choose between this program and this program because they're both at the same time slot. And I said, okay, well, I'll talk to my daughter when she gets home today, and I'll have her close the loop with you on Monday. And the vice principal's like, well, I was hoping we could get that resolved right now. Well, do you have my daughter there with you? No. Then I'm sorry. My daughter is 13 now. She has to have some autonomy over her educational choices. I'm like, this is why we prepare. This is why, like, I'm not joking, and this was 20 years ago, so it wasn't as bad, and I hear it's terrible now. You have kids, I have college professor friends who are academic advisors, and they say these kids show up to their course selection meeting with their academic advisor, and they have to basically be led by the nose through the whole process to pick classes. Like, I can't think of a single time in college, in grad school, yes, but in undergraduate, I walked into my academic advisors, my meetings with my academic advisor, and I had my checklist of all the courses I had to take. I had everything checked off, a current copy of my transcripts, and the classes I was taking in the next semester. And each time I made a little post-it, like a little index card. This is what I have remaining. This is what I'm taking. So when I got to my last semester of undergrad, I took all graduate level courses because I just needed electives. And now my friends that are professors and academic advisors tell me these kids come in and they can't be bothered to figure out what classes they even need. Like, why are you in college if you're not 100% dedicated to your future and your development? And it was like we were talking on the show on Wednesday and on Monday this week. We've turned people, it's always been the running joke, the running gag, that we allow all this technology to be invented because it's easier to control people if they're stupid. But I think we missed the bar on the way down. And I think we've allowed people to become far dumber than our original intention was. I think we're dealing with a society that has no idea what it's doing. Like, the total number of people, if you've been on my show long enough, and I'm a really small streamer, the total number of people that come through my show that have completely off the wall, off their ass views and opinions, it can only be directly reflective of a society that failed them, starting with their parents and onward and upward. I was at my daughter's apartment this morning setting up her new gaming machine for her. She's a recluse like me. She doesn't go out much. As I'm taking the box back out to the car, I happen to run into the downstairs neighbor. The downstairs neighbor says, "Oh, are you our neighbors?" And I said, "No, I'm my daughter's father," and blah, blah, blah. And she starts talking to me, and I'm friendly enough because, you gotta be, right? You're supposed to be friendly. But this lady's like, "Oh, your daughter's 20. Yeah, she lives by herself." I was like, "No, she's got a boyfriend, whatever." I'm not a huge fan of his. She's like, "Oh yeah, my 27-year-old still lives with me." What? I said, "Oh, it's very nice that your 27-year-old lives with you because you need looking after." And she's like, "I don't need looking after." And I was like, "Oh, well, I gotta go. I guess it's because I don't want to look at the lady and say, well, then what the fuck are you doing? If you let your 27-year-old kid continue to live with you and you don't need looking after, then where is the motivation to get out of your apartment?" And it's an apartment. It's not a house. A little bit different of a story. If somebody had there's been a couple of houses that I've had that if one of my kids wanted to stay there for a while and accumulate wealth, and as long as there was a plan, I'd be okay with it. It's like I've always told my kids, at 18, just before your 18th birthday, you get the Samsonite catalog. Pick any set you want, because you're either leaving for college, you're leaving for the military, or you're just plain leaving. Because if you tell your kids that from the time they're preteens, they understand there's an expectation. One of my best friends, all the kids still live with her. 2 of the kids are adults. 1 of the kids has a baby of their own. And I say, that's not good parenting. That's enabling. My kids know if they have to move back home, they have to pay me rent. Now, they know that if they are working hard, striving for a future, a good portion of that rent is gonna get given back to them when it comes time to move on. I don't have a mortgage, so I don't need their help paying for the house. Nor would, even if I had a mortgage, I wouldn't want my kids' money because that's my asset. But things like, notice your utility bill goes up $60 when you have another person living with you. Extra electricity, extra water, extra sewer, extra hot water on your gas bill. The grocery bill goes up from, I go to the market almost every day. So the grocery bill goes up from $35 a day to, $60 a day. You got to buy an extra steak. You have to buy an extra potato. You got to buy 6 servings of food instead of 4 servings of food. You know what I'm saying? Because as we all know, a 4-serving meal serves about 3 Americans. A 6-serving meal serves about 4.5 Americans. But then when your kid moves out, you keep all that money squirreled away in escrow, and then you say to your kid, "Hey, I have," your kid's like, "Oh, well, I need a couple of more months before I can move out because I don't have enough for the security deposit." I have your security deposit. When you find a place, I have that. Your kid lives with you your kid makes a deal with you to live with you for 2 years. And so that they can save up to put a down payment on a house. So they have the 20% PMI. It's not always a bad idea, but it's certainly a bad idea if you let somebody move into your house and they don't have a expiration date. You can move back home until December. You can move back home until May. Otherwise, once they're back in, they don't have that external force to be successful. And I think that's my biggest gripe, my biggest complaint right now with Americans is that we're not setting up success. We're not giving kids the scaffolding around their lives to be successful. We're building lifelong support networks. Now, you could say, "But I love my children." Okay, so you're going to take care of them forever? Well, yeah, they're my kids. Well, then what happens when you die? And, well, I don't have to worry about that for 40, 50 years. You should have a plan for what happens in case you die the minute your child is born. If I die, who gets my kid? If I die, what happens to my assets? If I die, what happens to my estate? My wife and I routinely travel together to appointments, to lunch, to the store. There's a high probability that we'll both die in a car accident, especially with the way some of these yahoos drive. So it's really hard to have meaningful conversations with people when they don't even have the capacity to think long term. With that said, I find some of these court cases to be a little intriguing. We'll use intriguing. Intriguing is a great word. Greenpeace. Judge says he will order Greenpeace to pay an expected $345 million in oil pipeline protest case. A North Dakota judge says he will order Greenpeace to pay damages expected to total $345 million in connection with protests against the Dakota Access oil pipeline from nearly a decade ago. A figure the environmental group contends it cannot pay. He set the amount at $345 million last year in a decision that reduced the jury's damages by about half. The long-awaited order is expected to launch an appeals process from both sides. Last year, a 9-person jury found Netherlands-based Greenpeace International, Greenpeace USA, and funding arm Greenpeace Fund Incorporated liable for defamation and other claims brought by Dallas-based energy transfer and subsidiary Dakota Access. The jury found Greenpeace USA liable on all counts, including conspiracy, trespass, nuisance, and torturous interference. The other two entities were found guilty. Damages totaled $666.9 million, divided in different amounts among the three. Energy Transfer previously said it intends to appeal the reduced damages, calling the original jury findings and damages lawful and just. Why are you going to appeal the decision when they claim that they have cash and cash equivalents of $1.4 million and assets of $23 million? Congratulations. You've probably spent more than $1.4 million suing them. And they don't even have the money to pay you. Greenpeace has said they can't afford the judgment. Also, by the way, as a quick note, commercials like advertisements like this disgust me. We do not need to over-sexualize children and preteens. It disgusts me. As mid-sized nonprofits, it's always been clear that we would not have the ability to pay hundreds of millions of damages. Greenpeace has said the lawsuit is meant to use the courts to silence advocates and critics and chill First Amendment rights. The pipeline company has said the lawsuit is about Greenpeace not following the law, not free speech. Greenpeace orchestrated plans to stop the pipeline's construction, including organizing protesters, sending blockade supplies, and making untrue statements about the project. Well, see, there's where we run into the problem. I understand that people think that this is a First Amendment issue, but for your First Amendment right to freedom of speech has guardrails on it. It has limitations on it. You have the freedom of speech. You have the responsibility of truthful speech. You can say or write what you want, but if you lie, that's slander, that's libel. If you impact somebody's character, that's defamation of character. You don't get to just go out there and lie. Now, if you followed this oil pipeline, this Dakota pipeline, one of the Native American tribes had said they were against it because when thousands of people demonstrated and camped near the project's Missouri River crossing upstream of Standing Rock's Sioux Tribe's reservation, the tribe has long opposed the pipeline as a threat to its water supply. I think the big problem we have is that we're not even humans anymore. Why? First of all, so everyone's aware of this, oil pipelines leak. Period. Dot. End of discussion. Oil pipelines leak. You mitigate the level of leakage. But oil pipelines are going to leak. They're going to have failures. You're going to have water draw-off points. You're going to have pig recoveries. You push a pig through the pipeline to clean it. And when that happens, so every seal, every joint, every junction, you're going to have stuff that leaks. I don't think it's an unfair request of a Native American tribe to say, hey, we want to mitigate the risk to our water supply with your pipeline. It always amazes me, if you follow the history of this country, we have completely decimated the Native American tribes, even though their reservations are supposed to be like completely autonomous, outside of interference. But what does the US always do? Interferes with them. But you can't turn around and say untruthful things. We spend so much time sorting through the fact and the shit that before you have a chance to even find the facts in the shit, people have already made up their mind. Speaking of the facts and the shit, we've got Hillary Clinton testifying she has no information on Epstein's crimes and doesn't recall meeting him. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton told Congress that she had no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's or Maxwell's crimes. She testified for 2 days. Let me see if this will play.
Good evening. Well, I have just finished testifying. I answered every one of their questions as fully as I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any connection or communication with him. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell casually as an acquaintance, but whatever they asked me, I did my very best to respond. It was disappointing that they refused to hold a public hearing, so I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. You could have seen it for yourself. We had asked for that. We think it would have been better for the committee and its efforts to gather whatever information they are seeking. We had a bit of a challenge in the beginning because we had agreed upon rules based on the fact it was going to be a closed hearing at their demand, and one of the members violated that rule, which was very upsetting because it suggested that they might violate other of our agreements. So we had to cease the hearing for a period of time until we could get assurances that no rules would be broken going forward, and we returned to answer questions.
Like, what is people's complaint here? Maxwell was at Chelsea Clinton's wedding, but she wasn't invited to the wedding. She came to the wedding as a +1. And I think where we lose a lot of the narrative with things is people are like, oh, well, they had to have known her. She was at the wedding. Okay. But if you go to the wedding as a +1, they didn't know you were coming. They didn't invite you. Now, if it turns out, and honestly, there is something to be said that honesty is the best policy. I think Clinton missed an opportunity there to reiterate that fact. Be like, I only knew her casually. Yes, I understand that the media is going to report that she was at my daughter's wedding. She was not invited to the wedding. She came as a +1 to another guest, which was okay because we knew her casually, but we never had business dealings with them. See, a lot of people want to do the whole, not me, oh shit, ignore that. Oh wait, over there, ignore that. It's like to tie in Stephen Sharif with his numerous lawsuits that are piling up against him. Stephen wants to say all this shit, but now there's all these counterfactuals. So like, you have one counterfactual. Oh, okay, that's no big deal. You have a second counterfactual. Oh, okay, that's no big deal. But at some point, you have to look at it and say, damn, man, you've got hundreds of touch points where we've got a problem here. I don't think Hillary Clinton is the Clinton that's the problem with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Bill Clinton, abso-fucking-lutely. Bill Clinton to testify in House Epstein investigation. Former President Bill Clinton is testifying Friday before members of Congress who are investigating convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, answering for his connections to the disgraced financier from more than 2 decades ago. The closed-door deposition will mark the first time a former president has been compelled to testify to Congress. It comes a day after Clinton's wife, Hillary, sat with lawmakers for her own deposition, where she told them she had no knowledge of how Epstein had sexually abused underage girls and no recollection of even meeting him. Now, a lot of people are going to clue in on this. Well, how do you not have recollection of meeting people? Do you know how many people you meet in a single day? Like, as you go on through life, how many people you meet in a single day when you're a politician? Shit, man, there's politicians that are like, I don't have any recollection of meeting this person. Well, here's a photograph of you with them. Well, where was this taken? Oh, it was taken at the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra building. And you're like, I took about 50 pictures there that night. I agreed to do a receiving line. I can produce a picture of my wife with Jason Momoa and my daughter with Jason Momoa. I could guarantee you Jason Momoa would be like, I don't have any recollection of meeting those people. Now, maybe he does. Maybe my daughter left an impression on him. I don't know. But if he turned around and say, I don't have any recollection of meeting with them, I would say, oh, well, of course he doesn't. He probably did 500 photographs that day. Clinton, who has not been accused of any wrongdoings, will have to answer questions on his well-documented relationship with Epstein and his former girlfriend, Maxwell. I think the bigger problem is we have pictures of Bill Clinton, right, with individuals that Clinton better be able to identify who the people in the photos are. And we have these photos. These are the damning photos right here. Like, that girl, we don't know who that girl sitting on his lap is or sitting on the arm of the chair is. But we know that's not Hillary. That girl could be anywhere between 16 and 33. This person's the one down here is probably a little bit older, but Billy Boy, you got some things to answer for. But if you remember a couple of weeks ago when they said we have to be careful investigating the Epstein files, because if we investigate the Epstein files in a bad way, it could cause society to collapse. Look, man, I'm gonna be honest. If a society is so fragile that a child sex pedophilia ring needs to be investigated carefully so that society doesn't collapse, well then fuck it. That's not a society worth propping up anymore. That society needs to collapse. Yeah, burn it all down and start over. It's like, what I find funny is that amidst all the Stephen Sharif stuff, 30 million here, 30 million here, or 11 million here, 6 million here, 30 million total, $120 million missing. Everybody's focusing on that. But it's like we have the conversation about he wanted to transport a minor across state lines and bring him to Vegas. Like, I'm not saying that somebody who's 17 is suddenly kryptonite, but you treat them like kryptonite. Hey, yeah, I'm inviting all these guild members out to Vegas. I'm only 17. You can't go. And just, you can't go because I can't transport you across state lines. I have no business partying with a 17-year-old. Period. Dot. Period. Finished. Be like, well, that's not fair. I'm in your guild. You're not 18. I heard someone talking about how Trump was actually giving Epstein orders and that it was his ring. Have I heard that rumor? I have heard that rumor. There's a lot to it, but let me say this. When Donald Trump does his State of the Union address and he doesn't mention the Epstein files one time, I think it was Jimmy Fallon who said the Epstein files, the Epstein files got their feelings hurt. Trump didn't mention the files one time in the State of the Union, but the Epstein files mentioned Trump now 37,000 times. Look, man, I'm just saying, statistically speaking, we don't even have all the documents yet, and you're mentioned 37,000 times. We don't prop it up the rich Jew, although we are partially to blame. You're right. Society props it up, and we're all members of society. We're all members of that society, but it's everybody. Like, there's tons of examples of I didn't condone it. Okay, so what'd you do about it? Nothing. Oh, so you turned a blind eye to it? Oh, well, that's just as bad. Really good movie, The Boondock Saints. If you haven't seen it, watch it this weekend and watch the sequel. Really good movies. But the bishop talks about there's another evil we must fear most, and that's the indifference of good men. It's one, like, bad people are going to be bad people, and that's bad. But when good people stop opposing bad people, that's where it gets worse. It's like I said, you want to talk about culture, you want to talk about society, you want to talk about a lot of things. All of my daughter's friends, all of them throughout the ages, they have always known my house is a safe house. If you're in trouble, come to my house, because I will get you back to your parents. I've had daughter's friends that have known me for a decade. They're like 22, 23, 24. They'll call me and they'll be like, kid's dad. That's how they refer to me. And I'll be like, what's up? Like, I'm broken down on the 64. I'm on my way. Where are you at? No, I don't need you to come. I'm on my way. It's 9:30 at night. You're a 22-year-old female. I'm on my way. Just tell me where you are, because I'll come wait with you. Well, my dad's on his way, but he's 50 minutes away. I'm fucking... Okay, I hear what the fuck you're saying to me. Where the fuck are you? So I show up with a Coke and a bag of chips. Here you go. Have a snack. Stressful situation. You okay? You broken down? Oh, let me take a look. Well, my dad's on his way. What the fuck is your dad gonna say when he gets here? He's gonna be like, oh, how dare you? Be like, no, I got it. Some of them are like, I have a flat tire. I'm on my way. But when I get there, I don't change the tire for him. I walk up to him, I say, change your tire. Well, I don't know how. Now you're gonna learn. I'm not going to give you a fish. I'm going to teach you how to fish. Showed up to one of them, be like, I know how to change a tire. I just can't break off my lug nuts. Be like, cool, here's the T-bar. Knock yourself out. Break off their lug nuts. They're like, I'm good to go. I said, I'll wait with you. I'll wait. Make sure you get it done right. Not gonna jump in. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes the whole village. We've forgotten that as Americans. Europeans, you're starting to forget it. The Japanese, man, you watch Japanese society. Here's the school, and the kids are gonna walk down the street, and they're gonna go out here. Over here on the corner, here's the mechanic shop, and he's out there spraying down his concrete, watering his plants, doing whatever he needs to do. Here's a shopkeeper opening up, right? Here's a bunch of, houses. And as the kids go down, all the parents are out doing the outside bit of chore that they have while all the kids come past, because nobody fucks with the kids on their way to school. They don't have that problem. And they don't have that problem because every parent is out there. That's how my neighborhood was 40 years ago. Every parent was just out on the street. I was the furthest away, so my parents watched till I got to the end of the block, then this set of parents, then this set of parents. That's how it used to. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Japanese people on a subway will ignore the fuck out of a crime. Absolutely. But if you do something to a kid, they might deliver mob justice. Absolutely. Now, that's why you'll notice I was very specific. I didn't say Japanese society, because Japanese society is like all societies. Isn't it a sad fact about human beings that we know one thing that's going to be in every one of our societies is crime? Like, you talk about, even if you take like the Utopia, the Star Trek, the Federation, the Utopia, they still have crimes. Tom Paris, he's in jail. They bust him out to be a pilot. Right? I liked when Star Trek showed that there was still crime in the future. Because human nature is always going to be crime. You could take a person, and I know what some sociologists say, some psychologists say, well, people commit crimes out of necessity. Well, then why do rich kids shoplift? You'll get a rich kid get caught shoplifting that has more than enough money in their wallet to pay for it. They do it for the rush. They do it to feed the dark wolf inside their heart. They do it to be popular, to fit in. They do it for a litany of stupid reasons. Let's see, what else do we have in the world of news today? American sympathies in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict have shifted drastically. American sympathies in the Middle East have shifted towards the Palestinians, according to a new Gallup poll, after decades of overwhelming support for the Israelis. 3 years ago, 54% of Americans sympathized more with the Israelis. Now, the support is evenly balanced, with 41% saying their sympathies lie with the Palestinians, and only 36% saying the same thing about Israel. Israel is starting to lose the war of public opinion because they're straight massacring the Palestinians. But here's the problem with that. People that want to support Palestine make up bullshit. They make up bullshit and they start saying stuff like Jesus was a Palestinian. Jesus was not a Palestinian. Jesus was a Judean. He was of the land of Judah, the tribe of Judah, Judah's tribe. The land is Judea, the land belonging to the tribe of Judah. Syria, Palestina didn't come into existence until 132 to 134 under Hadrian. And he renamed it from Judea to Syria, Palestina to separate the Israelis' claim to the land. But you don't have to make up a bunch of bullshit to say what Israel is doing is wrong. About 2/3 of Democrats now say their concern lie more with the Palestinians, while only 2 in 10 sympathize with the Israelis. Palestinian militants killed 1,200 people, mostly civilians, in the initial attack that took another 251 hostages. But the Israeli response has been widely seen as disproportionate, with Gaza health officials reporting more than 72,000 Palestinians killed. More than half of them are women and children, and wide swaths of the territory reduced to rubble. 50,000 children are dead or maimed. Netanyahu clashed with former President Barack Obama in the last year of his administration, then forged a warmer relationship with Trump, who delivered several victories to him in the first term, including recognizing Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. In Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Trump also persuaded 3 Arab countries to establish commercial and diplomatic ties with Israel. That conflict needs to be put to bed. I absolutely agree with you, but here's the problem. That conflict, I'm not saying this with my morality. I'm saying this with my military lens. I understand why Israel is doing what they're doing. Because Israel hasn't had peace ever since Israel was founded. And when your opposition says, in our charter, one of our key features is the destruction of Israel, well, it makes an awful lot of sense why, that conflict will never end before one side is utterly destroyed. And unfortunately, you've reached the conclusion that every scholar reaches, that every AI will reach. Israel can only have peace if there is no more Palestine. Palestinians are sick of being exterminated by the Israelis over the past 3 years. Israelis are sick of being exterminated by Palestinians over the past 50 years. Exactly. That's the problem. Israel should have never been allowed to become a nation unless Palestine was also formally recognized as a nation. But Russia pushed through Israelis' formation through the Security Council because Russia had their own internal plan that Russian Jews would move to Israel and they would remember they're Russian first. What Russia, the USSR, didn't recognize was there's 3 ways to be a Jew. There's to be a follower of Judaism religiously. There's to be a Jew ethnically, that's where your family is from. And then to be a Jew by nationality. You're Israeli. Although you can be a Christian Israeli, you can be a Muslim Israeli. The common perception is if you're Israeli, you're Jewish. Again, bigotry and standards. But there's 3 ways. Yeah, your culture, your ethnicity is Jewish. Well, the Russian Jews, they went to Israel and they were no longer Russian Jews. They were Jewish Jews. We have got to get past this idea that there is going to be a talk our way out of this process until the UN says Palestine is a sovereign nation. And I did a video, didn't get many views, but I did a video on people understanding why Palestine isn't a country, although Palestine is a country. But we decided, the powers that be, decided that unless the UN recognizes you, you're not a country. Wouldn't it be hard to be a Christian Israeli? Do Jews still see Jesus as a false prophet? Jews see Jesus as a rabbi. To the Jews, Jesus was a radical rabbi. Because remember, and I know Christians don't like it when I say this, Christ wasn't a Christian. Christ did not set out. He didn't declare himself a new religion. The direction the apostles took was to completely break away from Judaism. Well, not completely, because we still follow the Old Testament. We still follow the Ten Commandments. Think about Christianity without the Ten Commandments, and that one will be interesting. But the Jews see Jesus as a rabbi. The Muslims see Jesus as a prophet. The Christians see Jesus as God. Yeah, being called a Christian was an insult in the beginning. So, but at the end of the day, our world is being torn apart by the three Abrahamic religions. And I know people find it insulting, but you have the Jews here, the Christians here, and the followers of Islam here. And each one of them has a belief system that all take them to the same divine being. I hate to inform people that haven't thought about this. Jews, Christians, and followers of Islam are all praying to the same God. You're all getting your pizza from the same chef. What you're arguing about is the delivery boy. That's all the fuck that the three Abrahamic religions are arguing about. You're eating the same pizza from the same chef. You're just arguing about which delivery boy brought it to you. For some people, Islam makes the most sense. For some people, Christianity makes the most sense. For some people, Judaism makes the most sense. I don't have a problem with the majority. Let me say it this way. I have more of a problem with my fellow Christians than I do with followers of Judaism or followers of Islam. I'm around my Islamic friends. I don't drink. I don't drink in front of them. Abraham's sons split into Judaism and Islam, and then well, not exactly. That's close. But you're over some. Judaism didn't split into Orthodoxy and Christianity. Judaism believes in a pizza boy at all. Yes, they do. Judaism believes in a pizza boy. Moses. Jews believe in prophets. They just don't believe Jesus was divine. Jews read the Old Testament. Read the Old Testament. That's what the Jews follow. Yeah, Jews are still waiting for the coming of the Messiah. There's nothing wrong with waiting. There's nothing wrong with it. If everybody could just put the hate, could just pump the hate brakes, be like, look, all three of those religions all follow the Old Testament. They just go in different directions. Be like, look, I don't have to fight with a Muslim about doctrine. I can converse with them. And I could say, right, maybe you're right, maybe I'm right, but why are we fighting amongst ourselves? One of us is going to go to paradise, and one of us is going to go to hell. Why are we worried about our our mortal form. Why have we been killing each other for 2,000 years? Well, Muslims and Christians have been killing each other for 1,400 years. Why have we been killing each other for 1,400 years? Either you're right and you're going to paradise and I'm going to hell, or I'm right and I'm going to paradise and you're going to hell. Let's just each be good, moral people following our religion, and then when we die, we'll let God sort it out. See, and when you say that to people, they don't like it because you're trying to strip them of their hate. You're trying to strip them of their bigotry. Like, look, it's time for you to pray. Okay. I've been in Muslim areas where they get called to prayer. Just step off to the side. Lean against the wall quietly. Don't make a noise. Don't make a fuss. There's no problem. There's no problem at all. Have Islamic individuals coming to a function, and we just don't serve alcohol. Why? Because they're our guests. Mormons are definitely going to hell for leading people astray. I don't think you're wrong. Because I think there's a couple of religions that have been created that definitely aren't created in the spirit of Jesus, and they would be one of them. I think the Scientologists are also not going in the right direction. But again, like I said, I have more problems with, as a Christian, I have more problems with Christians than I do with anybody else. It's also amazing to me how many people hate Islam, and they have no reason why they hate it other than the same bigotry that taught them to hate black people, to hate minorities. Hate is easier than peace. Hate is easy. Our U.S. and Iran wrap up latest nuclear talks without a deal as risk of war looms. Iran and the United States held hours of indirect negotiations over Tehran's nuclear program, but walked away without a deal, leaving the danger of another Mideast war on the table as the U.S. has gathered a massive fleet of aircraft and warships in the region. Oman's foreign minister, who mediated the talks, said there's been significant progress in the negotiation. But before the talks ended, Iranian state television reported Tehran was determined to continue enriching uranium, rejecting proposals to transfer it abroad, and sought the lifting of international sanctions, indicating it was not prepared to meet Donald Trump's demands. Trump wants a deal to constrain Iran's nuclear program, and he sees an opportunity while the country is struggling at home with growing dissent following nationwide protests. Iran also hopes to avert a war, but maintains it has the right to enrich uranium and does not want to discuss other issues like its long-range missile program or support for armed groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. See, this is the problem right here. Iran knows full well it can't beat the United States in a straight-up fight. It knows this. Because every country knows this. It's why it's so dangerous right now to have a president like President Trump. Because President Trump knows on the global stage he can be a bully because nobody can stop us. As much as that sucks, if you want to just get down to the nitty-gritty of it, if Donald Trump decided to take Greenland, there's an awful lot of military damage he could do before and even assuming our Congress wanted to rein him in. There's an awful lot of damage Donald Trump could do. Because who can stop the U.S. military from taking Greenland? Who can stop the United States from cratering Iran? China's like, oh, we've given Iran our radar system. Oh, the same one that Venezuela had? Yeah, because that stopped us. If the United States decides tonight to strike Iran, that's it. What organization on the planet can stop the US? First of all, if we're just being honest about it, it would take Europe weeks to mobilize a naval force great enough to even think about contesting 2 carrier strike groups. And if you think about the way the Persian Gulf is, agree to disagree is always an acceptable response. What are you going to do? How exactly are you going to move forces into the Persian Gulf to threaten the United States without being threatened by the US behind you? Because we have 2 carrier strike groups here. We have 11 operational total. We can put the 12th one into operation almost immediately. What's Europe going to do? The UK? The UK is going to sit that one out. The UK is not going to commit their navy to threaten the United States. The rest of everybody else, they don't have a military strong enough on their own to threaten the United States. I don't like the direction the world is going right now. I believe this weekend, I'm actually shocked it hasn't happened yet, but I believe this weekend, the US will strike Iran. I believe the strike will come. Unless something happens in the next several hours, I wouldn't be surprised if Friday's 6 o'clock news is that strikes in Iran have started. Also embarrassing about the US. What do you think the goal of the strike would be? Just depose the Iranian government? Here's the problem with a military strike. Somewhere along the lines, we began to think that a military strike is the continuation of politics. The problem is, once you get to military strikes, you're not determining what is right or who is right. You're determining who is left. There isn't an end goal in Iran that's favorable for the United States that's reached through military might. There's simply not. Iran is going to be a Muslim nation, one way, shape, form, or the other. Iran right now has the problem of 90% of the people. Iran might end up in a civil war with several of the regions seceding, which then isn't a good idea because right now, Pakistan and Afghanistan are about to kick off a war because there's been strikes along the border, and Pakistan has declared Afghanistan's government is illegitimate. ISIS is also active inside. So you have a lot of issues, right? Air attacks on Kabul push Pakistan-Taliban crisis into uncharted territory. Analyst warns escalation may embolden armed groups and destabilize both Afghanistan and Pakistan. What happens next? Pakistan launched airstrikes on Afghanistan's capital, as well as Kandahar and Paktia. The attacks targeted Taliban military installations as Islamabad declared open war on the group's government, and the most serious military confrontation between the two neighbors in years. The strikes came hours after Afghan forces launched coordinated cross-border attacks on Pakistani military positions in 6 border provinces. Kabul claimed 55 Pakistani soldiers were killed and 19 outposts captured. So, what you're seeing now is Pakistan and Afghanistan, Pakistan and the country that we refer to as Afghanistan, which isn't really a unified nation. If you know anything about if you know anything about the way the warlord system works and the Taliban came to power, it is very much a tribal society. Yeah, large sections of Pakistan's population is also of Afghan heritage, which your heritage is really, really important when you talk about tribal culture. When tribes go to war, you might suddenly see bringing trade to all factions will unite them regardless, though. No, it won't. It won't do that in the slightest. It will not. We already know that that doesn't happen, period, dot. Because we did that with several of the warlords for 15 years. The United States made deals with warlords in Afghanistan to operate in their regions, operate in their areas, share intel with them. We helped some of the warlords eliminate their enemies because we thought that those warlords would support us through it all. How, when we have half the region under major embargoes? No. Okay, stop. Unless you know the geopolitics of Afghanistan, we were there for 20 years. We did business with them for 20 years. Several of these warlords we did business with for 15 years. They gave us on the ground human intel where their enemies were because we were operating under the premise of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right. The Taliban doesn't deal in... The Taliban no longer deals in opium at the same level as pre-9/11 Taliban did. The Taliban, for the most part, they were trying to have a legitimate government. Dude, you have to understand, even though there's some production of opium, pre-9/11 Afghanistan, the whole fucking country, that was their whole deal. You actually see a massive boom in opium production when the US was there, right? Because we stayed out of certain warlords' regions in exchange for knowing that we had security on our flank. Yes, Dreadclick is absolutely right. When we were there, we were allowing our friendly warlords to do whatever they wanted in their areas. And the Afghan government was like, well, we don't want that. And the US military was like, but you don't have a military right now that can stop them. Oh yeah, we did shady shit, absolutely. The problem becomes the Taliban is the formal government of Afghanistan. But even they can't go into every part of their own country and fuck with the warlords, because the warlord's like, look, I'm not opposing you running the country because I don't care, but stay the fuck out of my region or I will fight you. That's the problem you have we've gone ahead and said, this is the country of Afghanistan. And they're like, great, I don't care that you put me in a country. This is my territory. I run this. I'm the warlord. I'm the head of the militia. I'm the religious leader. Because we didn't want to see Afghanistan fragment into 15 little countries. The UN didn't want to see that, because now the UN has to attempt to go through the process of legitimizing 15 different nations. Now, the Taliban as a whole doesn't grow opium. But the Taliban can't go into certain warlords' territories and say, stop that. Also, I'm not saying that we do, and I'm not saying that we don't, but I'm saying it's probably highly likely that American foreign intel, aka CIA interests, are still supporting certain warlords in case the Taliban gets a little too fucking crazy. And what do they grow? They grow drugs. And what do we give them? We give them weapons, and we give them intel, and we give them satellite time, and we give them ISR. But with Afghanistan fighting Pakistan, India's just waiting. India's like, go on Pakistan, get involved in a prolonged war with Afghanistan. Because now we'll kick off that shit that we had going on with you a year ago. Or 6 months, 7, 8 months, it's almost a year ago now. Right now, the whole world is falling into dozens of conflicts because instead of Papa USA sitting on the porch watching all the kids play, Papa USA is off the porch beating somebody's ass. China is looking at Taiwan, hoping the US gets involved in a prolonged war in the Persian Gulf. China's like, maybe we take Taiwan now. The US knows that, so the US just reminded China, we can operate and defend Taiwan from Japan, from Korea, from the other fleet that we moved over there. China isn't a threat because China can't operate in deep water yet with its carriers. But we need to get the world back to an axis of peace, or pretty soon, China will try to take Taiwan. And then we're going to have no choice but to intervene militarily. We're in bad shape globally. Nobody wants to cooperate. That's why they're teamed up with Russia for deep water. Yeah, but the problem is China doesn't have the capability. Like, China has 2 carriers that one was a retrofit fucking floating casino. China doesn't have the capability to build a dangerous deep water carrier. They're probably another 10 to 15 years away from being able to, like, yeah, sure, you can build a carrier that runs on diesel. They're using diplomatic trade in the theater to mold the battlefield in a favorable situation. Actually, they're not doing that. What they're doing is they're just playing smart to the chaos Donald Trump is causing. Donald Trump comes across to Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, right, as this aggressive asshole who puts tariffs on them. China isn't having to do anything. They're just like, oh, we'll sell you steel. We'll sell you this. You need it? We've got it. Donald Trump is mad that Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, they don't buy American steel. That's because they can't afford it. They don't need it. BRICS doesn't matter globally. At the end of the day, yes, we have nuclear powered aircraft carriers. We have nuclear powered submarines. China just gave Canada visa-free travel because the US is fucking up our relationship so bad. Yep. Orlando, Florida had 650,000 less Canadian visitors last year than the year before. That's a lot. That is a lot of lost money for the city of Orlando. 650,000 less Canadian visitors. Yeah, China is giving Canadians free visa-free travel because the United States has fucked up the relationship so bad. Canadians want to travel. Instead of coming to the US, where they used to have relatively free travel, now they're going to China. Donald Trump has no idea the economic hardships he's caused America. Donald Trump levies tariffs because he doesn't understand what a trade deficit is. He doesn't understand what a trade deficit is because Donald Trump, at the end of the day, isn't smart. China is filling the void. Right. China isn't going out of their way. Donald Trump was like, oh, well, I'm going to make China give us a more advantageous deal. Our economy hurt last year. China made $200 billion extra dollars last year responding to filling the gaps that the United States left. We had China economically isolated. Now everybody that was our ally is looking at China and saying, China has a second customer, but China already had those customers. China is now just producing more stuff as those other countries around them say, we need this stuff. China's like, oh, cool, we can sell you that. We have that. We can make that. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is running around with tariffs, not understanding that tariffs are what a manufacturing country uses. See, us being their biggest buyer doesn't matter because we have to buy from them. We have to buy t-shirts from Cambodia and Vietnam. We have to buy socks from overseas. And that's the thing Donald Trump didn't understand. I don't want to spend. Once China and Japan sell us bonds, the bonds don't matter because remember, at the end of the day, that's an infusion of cash. But yeah, sure, they have a bunch of our money. We owe them a bunch of money. No, it doesn't matter. The reason why it doesn't matter is we owe more money to Americans than we owe to anybody else. We owe all these countries that we owe money to 50% more than of what we owe, we are owed. So if China called all of our debt, Japan called all of our debt, we would turn around and say, okay, well, we call everybody else's debt. The bonds don't matter because at the end of the day, fuck you, I'm not going to pay it. Now what are you going to do? You're going to send your military over here to collect it? Good luck. China also knows that they owe us $1 trillion. Print money. No, we don't print money. We just outright... First of all, we don't print money. People have got to stop with the bullshit that we print money. No, they don't. They don't print money. China doesn't print money either. I don't know why people keep perpetuating this bullshit rumor that countries print money. Printing money devalues your currency because it lowers your buying power. All they do is allow banks to go into a lower reserve and a higher fractional lending. Remember, your money's not worth anything, period. A dollar isn't worth a dollar. All these trends that people do when they say the dollar is worth less than it was 10 years ago. The dollar wasn't worth anything 10 years ago, and the dollar isn't worth anything today. When you could go into the bank and get a silver coin That's what your dollar was worth. It was worth, your $5 bill was worth $5 of silver. Now that we're on a fiat currency, all you give a shit is about buying power. The majority of people don't get that because we don't teach it. The great example that I use is a gallon of water costs $2 at Dollar General. But if I run into Elon Musk dying of thirst in the desert, that gallon of water is worth $1 billion. Hey, Elon, you're going to die. You can't get back to your car. I've got a gallon of water here and I'll help carry you. Can I have $1 billion? Yeah, here's my phone. Make the transaction. I have $1 billion. Oh, you know, I have a concierge that's going to give you water and carry you to your car. That's what the $1 billion is worth. That's what the gallon of water is worth. We're on a fiat currency anyway. People are just, they've tricked themselves into thinking my money is worth something. What's $5 worth? A rotisserie chicken from Costco. You can feed yourself for 3 days with $5. All this bullshit, like people used to say the euro is worth more than the dollar. They used two indexes, the Big Mac index and the gallon of gas index. Yeah, the euro is worth more, but you pay for a liter of gas what I pay for a gallon. Do I think crypto will ever eventually take over tangible currency? No. Because here's why crypto has no value. How many of these crypto coins have completely bottomed out? Haktua Girl coin, it was all a big scam. Bitcoin is worth something as long as you're holding a Bitcoin and somebody will give you what you want for that Bitcoin. If the person won't give you what you want for that, then your Bitcoin has no value. Well, I could sell it for cash. Then do that. But now your Bitcoin didn't have any value. The cash you have in hand has the value. If I could go back in time and buy up all the Bitcoin when it was $25, would I do that? Fuck yes, I would. Do I get involved in crypto? I do not. Am I leaving a lot of money on the table? Probably. But I don't need to make more money, so I don't want to risk what I think is ultimately a bullshit scam. Remember NFTs? NFTs were hot for 6 minutes. Now they're fucking useless. Hi. Mousy. The problem is, we have an awful lot of people that don't understand economics, that start trying to jump in on economics. Then you have people, when we move to immigration, they're suddenly experts on immigration law. And then we're talking about real estate, and they're suddenly experts on real estate. Look, it doesn't take a long time to become an expert on some things, but it takes an awful long time to understand things thoroughly. There are a lot of ways to make money in real estate. But when somebody starts telling me what I don't know about real estate, and I say, well, do you own your home? No. Stop talking. No offense, but if you don't own your home, stop talking to me about real estate. Because I don't want to hear it. Because you don't own your home. And then they're going to be like, well, the reason I don't own my home is all these bullshit reasons. Well, I have my stuff in a trust. Really? So you have $13.9 million worth of assets? No, but I put it in a trust because you're an idiot. Because you're an idiot. Because now you have to follow the normal set of rules and all the trust rules. But what did you protect? Nothing. Well, it's a way for me to protect my generational wealth. Do you have $13.9 million worth of assets? No? Then your generational wealth was protected. You have $100,000 worth of assets and you've wasted a bunch of fucking money putting stuff into a trust. Why? Because you saw a fucking TikToker on YouTube Or you saw a TikToker in a cowboy hat tell you the way you make money is by putting it into a trust. Really? Did you know you can't benefit? You can't benefit from the trust that you're the executor of? Because if you're benefiting from the trust you're the executor of, that's called consideration and you have to pay tax on it anyway. You protected your kids from having to deal with probate court. Yeah, sure. I don't have to worry about probate court. My house is paid for. Nobody has a claim to my house. If my wife and I die at the same time, the executable goes through. All the things I need my kids to get immediately they're all beneficiaries of on the account. In the event of my death, they become a co-owner of the account. Move on. I don't need to set up a complicated trust for that. Because guess what? The trust is only as good as the person who runs the trust in the event of your death. If the person running the trust in the event of your death doesn't know how to do it, then they get stuck saddled with a bunch of bills. People that have less than $15 million worth of assets shouldn't be running around fucking shit up if they don't completely understand it. Probate court when my mom died was like 30 days because nobody had a claim to any of her stuff. Everything was in joint accounts with my father or me. It was like, these are the only things we need. We need like 2 things released by probate court. And it was like, here's your date. Here's your release. Have a good day. We've made the system too fucking complicated. We've made the system so complicated that people that are at the bottom 25% of wealth are worrying about what to do if they were suddenly the 0.1% of wealthy people. So the goal is 50 million worth of assets. Eventually, yeah, you want your family to grow. You want your family to grow, or at least you want your kids and maybe your grandkids to have better access of equity than you had. My kids, on the other hand, as I've said, some of my kids are winners, some of my kids are losers. Like I can't play the game for you after age 18. If you're happy where you're at, you're happy where you're at. If you're not happy where you're at, only you can change it. Let's see, what else do we got? Yeah. Deadly cross-border fighting intensifies. Pakistan information minister claims Afghan government illegitimate. It's a nexus between the suicide attacks and terrorist attacks that are being carried out in Pakistan. Afghanistan is resorting to the training of those terrorists and facilitation of all kinds of these terrorists who come into Pakistan and kill innocent civilians and our security personnel. So you're going to see Pakistan, Afghanistan, they're going to kick off a war because there's no daddy USA to step in between them. Let's see. The Illinois lawmakers are considering lowering the DUI blood alcohol limit from 0.08 to 0.05. The department currently classifies blood alcohol levels of 0.05 as driving impaired, which is not punishable by Illinois law. Most people reach 0.05 blood alcohol content after 2 to 4 drinks. So here's where you run into the problem. If you're 100 pounds, you're legally intoxicated by your 3rd drink. If you're 120 pounds, you're legally intoxicated by your 3rd drink. 140 pounds, 4 drinks. 180 pounds, 5 drinks. 220, 6 drinks. The change would allow decades-old guidance from National Transportation Safety Board, which estimates a lower limit would result in 11% decline in deadly alcohol-related crashes. Utah has reported an almost 20% decrease in fatal crashes after the state reduced the blood alcohol level content, the department said the DUI-related arrests increased by 6%. Hi. I can't play fetch in here. Data from the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse showed Utah residents drink at uniquely lower rates compared to other states. That is because Utah has stretches of dry counties. I gotta check something. There are small towns and communities that prohibit the sale of alcohol. There's dry cities and dry towns. There are no dry counties. I was wrong. State law prevents a county board from saying they're going to be dry. But yeah, you can have towns that don't have any alcohol sales. Well, if you have towns that don't have any alcohol sales, Mormons don't drink. A lot of the people that are in, I don't have it. You didn't. Okay. A lot of the people that are in Utah, they don't drink, period. So of course you're going to have lower numbers of arrests for alcohol-related content. I think this is one of the things I've said for years. You don't have to keep enforcing. You don't have to lower the blood alcohol content, in my opinion. You need to make the penalty for a first-time DUI higher, a second-time DUI higher. And there shouldn't be third or more. You shouldn't have anything more than a third DUI, because on the second DUI, your license should be permanently suspended. The problem with permanently suspending somebody's license is that you permanently suspend somebody's license, they can't get car insurance, but they drive anyway, and now they don't have car insurance. So when they get into an accident and they hurt somebody else, they're financially liable for all the damage they've caused, except they don't ever have the money for it, so what does it matter? It's like when a debt collector calls you and says, well, you owe us $30,000. I'm not paying that shit. You have to pay it. I don't have it. I'm not paying you. Most debt collectors can't take you to court. They can't garnish your wages. And even if they do, get a new fucking job. Then they got to do the process all over again. I don't drink. I am not broke, but I am too broke to drink and become an alcoholic. If your license is suspended in one state, can you go to another state and get a license again? Legally, no. Because one of the questions you get asked when you transfer your license is your license suspended in any state? So you can't just be running around state after state after state and getting new licenses. They don't let you do this. Hi. What's going on? You're at my feet whining. What's up? I'm not letting you into your girlfriend because you're a domestic abuser and I'm the only one home. I don't have it. Oh, I do have it. He has decided that right now is fetch time. I don't really want to play fetch right now. I like to throw it down the stairs so he gets tired. Wow. He is all about fetch right now. Let's get into more of the fucking racism bullshit. As the country celebrates 100 years of Black history, St. Louis students say the teachings are critical. On a February afternoon, 9 junior and senior students joyfully entered their Woman, Race, and Society class inside Rosati Kane Academy. Students were eager to discuss their presentations about who they would select as a cabinet if they were president. The cabinet members included activist Angela Davis, the late Congresswoman John Lewis, LGBTQ rights activist Marsha P. Johnson, and boxing champion Muhammad Ali. Junior Savannah Edwards chose a civil rights activist who led lunch counter sit-ins and freedom rides to the Deep South in the 1960s. The children were engaged in each student's cabinet selections because they know a wide view of African American history is not being taught in many schools across the country, including St. Louis schools. Here is my fight with the idea of Black history. Why do we keep teaching Black history? Black history is American history. Why aren't we forcing educators? Why aren't we forcing educators to ensure that we're talking about all the important parts of American history? It amazes me how many Black people will use the phrase, all white people are racist. And then I say, no, Black history is American history. Black history and American history are the same. It's not a part, because Black people are Americans. It's not like we need to go out of our way to teach Black history. The important parts of Black history should be incorporated in every lesson. August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Boom. Learning about people like Frederick Douglass should be American history, not some subcategory. Correct. Learning about Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks should be taught at the appropriate time, not regulated to the month of February. And then when you talk about them during the rest, like, we're not going to talk about Frederick Douglass during the period of American history where it's important to talk about Frederick Douglass. We're going to wait until February and then do deep dives into Frederick Douglass. Why? We're going to talk about Frederick Douglass in the era that he's important. We're going to talk about Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad during the era when it's important. We're going to talk about Rosa Parks as basically the mother of the civil rights movement. Yeah, there should be no Native American History Month. There should be almost no Viking History Month. Like, to be honest, you don't need to talk about the Vikings to teach American history. You need to talk about the Vikings to teach world history. I don't think the country simultaneously had European or English colonists and Vikings living on the same patch of land. You don't need to you talk about that during World Civ, not during US History 1. Hispanic history, well, unfortunately, a lot of people need to recognize you can't be illegal on stolen land is a stupid fucking thing to say in the first place, because the land isn't stolen. Most of the land was taken as the result of wars. But we need to stop fucking putting people into categories. Okay, buddy, I can't play Tetris. We got to stop putting people into categories. It's not Black History Month. It's American History Month. Because every month is American History Month. We talk about other people aren't learning it. The majority of people aren't learning appropriate American history in school at all. The majority of people are ignorant about their own country. The majority of people are celebrating America's 250th anniversary this year. The United States of America is not 250 years old this year. The United States of America came after the Revolutionary War and after the Articles of Confederation. The Articles of Confederation was a radically different form of government. It wasn't a federal constitutional republic. No, it's like 238. Because if you consider the country a confederation, the 13 colonies under the Articles of Confederation were effectively 13 different separate nations. Because that's what a confederation is. Just like you see in the Confederacy during the Civil War, each of the states operated very independently, but we'll never know what direction they would have taken because they lost the war. But we need to stop. We need to stop this bullshit. And I'm not saying that we can't have electives available to high school students. Yeah, declaring yourself independent isn't the same as creating a sovereign government. Each of the states withdrew from the Union and in their declarations declared themselves independent, but they didn't really tell us how it was going to work. All month long, people are celebrating the achievements of Black Americans and observing historical events. The celebrations began 100 years ago and have since expanded. Educator Carter G. Woodson created Negro History Week in 1926. It was initially held in the second week of February to coincide with the birthday celebrations of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. Both seniors said they were frustrated with the history lessons from previous schools because the teachers taught about different world wars that included violence, but did not teach about slavery or racism. You know what pisses me off about this statement? Why would I teach about slavery if the class I'm teaching doesn't have state standards applied for slavery? Racism isn't something that I can talk about in every class if I'm busy trying to meet the state standards for the curriculum. We talk about all different types of sensitive topics, but when it comes to another race that's been oppressed for years and years, we don't want to talk about it. We, the country, think you're taking away oppression by erasing it, but no, you're erasing our history and yours too. Who the fuck is erasing Black history? Despite federal pressure to stop schools, museums, and government entities from presenting any information about Black history, specifically slavery, civil rights, and systematic racism, many African Americans are trying to keep the spirit of Black History Month alive. What the fuck are you talking about? There's a pressure to stop teaching critical race theory because critical race theory isn't something that should be taught to high school students because they're not fucking ready for it. You can't suddenly decide to teach college level material to individuals that don't have a high school education. We have got to stop this fucking nonsense. The phrase systemic racism needs to go the fuck away because you had a Black president. Systemic racism, by its definition, would have prevented Barack Obama from being a senator, let alone the president. Systemic racism would have prevented Colin Powell from being the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Period. Dot. That you literally cannot say we have systemic racism, but there's people that are able to make their way through the system of color. Then you don't have systemic racism. Is anyone not exhausted about how much it's talked about? You're right. Black president, Black Supreme Court justice, numerous senators and House representatives, but we have systemic racism. Now, there's a great talking point that nobody wants to answer. And I'll say it about all communities. Why does it seem like poor communities don't give a shit about their community? Notice I said poor, not a race. Why is it poor communities don't give a shit? We have individual racism. Some of those individuals are in position of power. Correct. We have individual racism. Donald Trump is a fucking racist. The things he has said, he's a fucking racist. It's the broken window theory. Absolutely 100% correct. Systems of racism don't have to be across all systems. Yes, let me stop you. Systemic racism requires it to be across all systems. That's why it's fucking called systemic racism. Redlining was systemic racism. Yeah? Redlining? Or you mean the same thing that happens to poor white people? See, the problem is we can make up as much bullshit as we want. Or we can look at it as the broken window theory. I forgot who came up with it. It was from 1982. James Wilson and George Kelly. You have a broken window at your business. It's not enough to board it up. You have to fix the window. Because when you take a broken window and you board it up, then it detracts from the imagery of the building. When you have a factory that has broken out windows because kids throw rocks at the windows, well, then the factory is going to get run down because then people stop giving a shit. Why is it? I'm not a fan of homeowners associations. I don't like them. But I like some of the things they accomplish. Ready? Homeowners association says, yeah, you have to not only fix the window, but you have to hold the window breaker accountable for breaking it. Yes, absolutely. You have homeowners associations that the good ones make everybody keep the neighborhood looking good, to keep property values up. By keeping property values up, you keep degenerates from being able to move in. When you get a degenerate that moves in, the homeowners association forces those people into a level of compliance, which either A, those people reform, or B, those people sell their property and move out. That's where a homeowners association does good things. Where I'm from, we didn't have a homeowners association. If your yard got long, the city came and they mowed the public side of your yard. They put a bill under your door, and then it said, if you don't get the private side of your lawn done, we're going to do that. It's going to be the same rate. Because you don't mow from the sidewalk to the street. Well, I don't own that, so I don't have to mow it. Yes, you actually do have to mow it. Your city ordinance says you are the custodian of that piece of property. You must mow it. They can't come along and mow your lawn without getting permission from a judge, but they'll come along and they'll mow the piece that you're supposed to mow, and then they charge you for it. That's good. Now, what's better is if, the neighbor notices your yard is getting a little long, and your neighbor comes over and says, hey, neighbor, I see your yard is getting a little long. Is there something I can help you with? Oh, my mower's broke. You can borrow mine. I just had surgery on my arm. I'll send my boy over to do it. But then the good neighbor is, I'm in a shoulder brace. The neighbor boy comes over, mows my lawn. I throw him a couple of bucks. We go back to the spirit of the village. My neighbor and I have a great working relationship. He happened to see us putting suitcases in the car. While I put the suitcases in the car, I was back in, I was getting the rest of the stuff. He texted my wife and he said, I see you guys putting suitcases in the car. I'll keep an eye on your place. One day I'm out here and I see a guy sitting in front of my buddy's house. I know my buddy's gone. So I just walked over and knocked on the window. I said, hey, I'm the neighbor. I see you sitting out here. Is everything okay? And the guy looks at me and he's like, yeah, do you know where he is? I said, he's not around. I'm just keeping an eye on the place. He's like, oh, I'm his battle buddy. I was like, oh, okay. I said, I'm ex-Air Force, so I get what you're saying. He's like, yeah, that's my battle brother. I'm just traveling around. I said, oh, he's not around. I'm like, do you want me to text him real quick? He's like, well, can I get his number? I was like, no, man, I can't give you his number, but I can text him for you real quick and ask him if I can give you his number, right? So, hey, you battle buddy. He's like, hey, what's your name? Oh, oh yeah. He says, yeah, I can give you his number. Here you go. The guy was around about a week later. He was just driving around the country, stopping by. He must have gotten a Christmas card or something. I don't know how the fuck he had his address, but just stopping by. But that's what a neighbor does. A good neighborhood does that. You don't need a homeowners association to enforce good neighbors. But unfortunately, lots of people want to move into a neighborhood and then not give a shit about it. Well, that ain't cool. That's not good. Because then, like I tell my neighbors, twice a fucking year, we get the people wandering through the neighborhood, going into cars, stealing all the change, whatever you have in your house, or whatever you have in your car. Just stealing that shit. Chargers, sunglasses. I've posted every fucking time it happens. Right? Guys, lock your fucking cars. My wife, this was a huge one for my wife. My wife used to leave the fucking keys in the car. When we lived on base, she left her keys in her car, in our carport. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? She's like, oh, we always leave the keys in the car. It's like, you're from fucking Bubsville, nowhere, Missouri. They don't have people. That's what they do, because where she's from, there's very little parking everywhere. So you end up double parking places. And if you're gone for like more than a couple of minutes, somebody will move your car for you if you're in the way. Yeah, irks your last nerve when your dad leaves all his windows down in the summer. I'm like, bro, you're asking for people to steal shit out of your car. Because the world is a different place. I've just recently, well, not recently, I keep my front door deadbolted all the time now. After that TikTok challenge that the kids were walking into random people's houses to see what the response would be. And I, again, in my Facebook community I said, hey, to the parents of all the people, of all the young people, there's a new TikTok challenge going around where kids are just walking into people's houses. I would recommend that you tell all of your kids not to randomly walk into my house, because that's going to have lethal consequences if you startle me. And the one mother was like, so what, you've just admitted that you're going to kill a kid? I said, I'm fucking PTSD disabled vet, man. You walk into my fucking house and you catch me at the wrong moment, yeah, 2 to your chest, 1 to your head, and I'll say, I don't know what the fuck you were doing in my house. Catch me as I'm coming around a corner, that's going to be a bad fucking day. We don't even lock our doors around here because fuck around, find out. Yeah, see, there you go. Some over on another platform, which I am working on having a consolidated chat now that Dan Clancy said we can. But yeah, some people don't lock their doors. In America still, they don't lock their doors. My daughter's friends knew the keypad code to the latch, the bottom latch, or they knew the garage code. They could just walk in. 90s, you had the front doors wide open. Yeah. And that was a community. And now you have a shitty society. But what really bothers me, right? What really bothers me is this. We have this shitty society, but instead of the thieves stealing from the top of the food chain, the thieves steal from people on the same plane or worse off than them. Why? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, easier targets. Speaking of those TikTok challenges, recently a 16-year-old climbing a bridge fell. His friends just left him there. Luckily, New York Fire Department were able to rescue him. And not too long ago, 2 girls did another TikTok challenge to show off doing train surfing. Both fell off and died on the spot. What are the youths doing these days? Well, what's happening is we're not holding TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube accountable for what's happening. I don't believe that the ruling that the social media platforms can't be held responsible for the unreported media on their site is a very smart way to go about things. The ability to upload videos without any sort of human review process, because there's too many videos uploaded to TikTok every single day for them to review. I think that if you see kids train surfing and you report that, TikTok should then be like, shit, we got to take that down. If they took down all the risky shit, all of the parkour stuff, maybe these kids wouldn't get it into their head that this is their way to fame. You said sounds like a win. People without critical thinking removing themselves from the gene pool. I don't disagree with you at face value. Like George Carlin said it best. We make kids wear a helmet for everything, including jerking off. We don't have natural selection anymore. The boy that ate too many marbles didn't grow up to have kids of his own. Hey, probably a good theory, right? It's terrible people died, absolutely. But if you have kids that are being raised without parents, then those kids are going to lack the skill sets necessary to be good parents. It's going to take an awful lot of luck, blessing, providence, serendipity for those kids to grow up. Now, if the people are like, well, I didn't have good parents, but I had good grandparents. Well, number one, you couldn't have had great grandparents because how did their kids turn out so fucked up? But number two, you still had good role models. So it might not be your parents that are the good role models. It's the people that raised you. Yeah, it's scary people growing up with a screen as a babysitter, especially since so many people, so many parents aren't vetting what their kids are using their tablets for, what kids are using their screens for. I go through and do checks of what my kids are looking at on the internet. Why? Because I know what the fuck I was getting into. And I don't need kids looking at shit that's gonna cause irreparable harm. The Anarchist Cookbook. I don't mind that you have the Anarchist Cookbook. I mind that the Anarchist Cookbook's formulas are all wrong. I'll be right back.
Dance.
All right. Sorry about that. My cat, I gave him a couple of throws down the stairs, and he's still coming back. Hi, buddy. Hi. He's all about playing fetch right now. I think people also need to take personal accountability. One of the best people I know grew up with a single mom who was a toxic, shitty parent. He figured out his own shit and became a good person by seeking out good role models and associating with good people. No, I absolutely agree with that. You've got the situation where you have to have good role models. If you learn to normalize negative behavior, you need a positive role model to build you up out of that. I do agree with you. But if someone doesn't understand its negative behavior, it doesn't matter if it was normalized or not. They know it's wrong. So here's where we run into the rub. Not every teenager doing stupid shit knows what they're doing is technically wrong. Because, Generation X didn't have the internet. We went outside. We invented the internet. But Generation X also got into a lot of trouble with... Generation X got into a lot of trouble because we turned about 12 or 13 and we were bored and we didn't have supervision and we didn't have cable. And a lot of us had kids at entirely too early of an age because we didn't have supervision. Because we were the generation of where we really started dual income families. Are Zillennials an official generation? Zillennials are a subset of two generations. So what you have is... You have Generation X, which, unless they've changed it recently, is 1964 to 1979. And then 1980 to wherever, 1995, wherever the fuck they put it. Well, what they've done is they've put the Zillennials in like 1977 to 1984. Because what they're saying is the Zillennials remember what it's like to have a rotary phone in their house. But they also remember having a cell phone by the time they were 20 or 21. Most Zillennials, if they didn't have their own PC at the home, they started taking computer classes on personal computers that they were in the school. They originally had X as far up as 84, and then they moved it to 80. And again, we're going to be messing with where the generation lines are for another 10 years as we figure out more and more things. Like, oh, we need to consider this. Like, I tell people this and they laugh. My first access to the internet was on a VAX system, was on a Unix system. And that was at my university. We only had 30 Windows computers at the university. And then over time, they built more computer labs. But you had to wait like an hour to get on the Windows-based internet. X learned, fuck around, find out real quick, because we actually found out. Yeah. Like, you broke bones, you got cut, you fell off bridges. You went places you weren't supposed to. And then you found out because you got hurt. And then, your parents beat the shit out of you because you were somewhere you shouldn't have been. But there is something to be said about you also had peer pressure to not go too far out of bounds. Because like, if your friend got caught doing something, you were going to get fucking punished by your parents because they got caught doing it. Because they knew you were always together. You were thick as thieves. Yeah, sometimes the broken bones weren't the most painful result. I think that generations is a dated concept. They don't take into account regional influences. I was born mid-'80s, but culture and society always lags in small rural areas. We had kids living the Gen X lifestyle until well into the 90s. Right, exactly. And that's why they've started doing these cusp, like the Zillennial generation, to say, you might have been born in 1984. Like, my wife is more Gen X than she's millennial. Because my wife grew up in the home of sliced bread. My wife's sophomore year of high school was in the new high school. Up until then, my wife went to school in the same building that her great grandmother on her foster dad's side went to. Think about that for a second. This was a like 4-room high school schoolhouse. And then they finally built a modern high school. The classic mom picking up the phone and disconnecting you mid-game. Yeah. Like, I remember I got DSL at my house, and DSL was, oh my God, having a LAN party. My neighbor next door to me had a T1 line in his house because he was disabled and he was mobility restricted, and he worked at Fermilab. He was a scientist. He was fucking... You couldn't even have a conversation with this guy because this guy couldn't turn the IQ down low enough to have a conversation with the plebeians. But I talked to him. I used to take care of odds and ends for him. He was the neighbor on the other side. One day he was out getting into his mobility assisted van, and he's like, "Hey, do you have a computer?" And I was like, "Yeah, I have a computer." He's like, "I can throw you an Ethernet cord through your office, my office window into your office window, and you'll have a hell of a lot faster speed." I was like, "Oh, that's cool." Holy fuck, was that a hell of a lot faster speed. Your first modem was 24. Mine was slower than that. My first dial-up modem was slower than that. Your parents still have a rotary phone. Grumpy Old Man says he's X with heavy boomer influence. I'm Generation X with heavy boomer and silent generation influence. My first daycare was my grandparents' house. My grandparents raised me until I was 5 during the day. And then when my little cousin was born, they put me into daycare, so grandma only had the baby. And then a year later, I started school. But I have that, like I said, some of the reasons why I have wealth is because my grandfather made me buy silver coins. That was his big thing. He said, every week when you get your paycheck, 30% on your needs, 30% on your wants, 40% into savings, and out of that savings, you should be buying a silver coin every week or every 2 weeks, however your pay works. So, paper route me, and I made $128 a month on my paper route in the 80s. And you have to realize that was some serious that was some serious amount of money. I was making $35-40 a week before tips on my paper route. That was like having an 8-hour a week part-time job as a kid. Like, holy fuck. People, I get it. Okay, I understand. Thoughts on the State of the Union? The State of the Union was he might as well have whipped his dick out and jerked off for the whole hour and a half or whatever the hell it was, because it was all a waste. The State of the Union address was just bullshit, lie after lie after lie after lie. Like, I'm sorry, but I have not yet met a person who is better off this year than they were last year. I've not met one person who says, I am better off this year than I was last year. I spend more on groceries this year than I did last year. Groceries are my one big expense because they're my daily expense. I don't Yeah, fuck's sake. JD Vance had so much eyeshadow on. Damn. I buy groceries pretty much fresh every day. I run up to the market to buy only what I need. So, like, yesterday I bought a loaf of French bread. And I made a steak sandwich yesterday. You're only better off this year now that you got your IRS situation taken care of. But overall, because you don't have a frame of reference, I'm spending 9, 10, 11, 12 bucks a pound of meat. Now, I used to be able to walk into the grocery store within the last couple of years, 2 or 3 years. I could buy 2 pounds of ground beef for $8. Now 2 pounds of ground beef is $15. Everything's gone up in price. I don't know how people are making ends meet. Apartment buildings are raising their rents because they're saying we're raising our rent to catch up to the median house price. But the problem is if you're constantly raising your prices, chasing the median rent price, you're driving the median up, and you know that's what you're doing. There's a line of thought when it comes to apartment rent that you should have 2 bills sent to your tenants. One should be the bill that covers the unit, and one should be the bill that covers all the things that are all the extras that you have to pay for that are being risen by your local government. So that they know it's not you profit taking, it's you offsetting the cost. Like, what I mean by that is, I have a 6-unit apartment building. Sorry, I won't use red. I have a 6-unit apartment building, 3 floors, 2 units on each floor. And the property value of that unit is $7,200. The property taxes. So, I take $7,200, I divide it by 6, so that's $1,200 a unit. So each month, you have a bill for $100 on top of your rent, because that's what the property taxes are. Well, if they raise my property taxes to $9,600 next year, well, then I do $9,600 divided by 6 divided by 12. So now that goes up to $133. Well, that way, when you see it, it's not me profit taking. It's me saying to you that the state community is, like, hey, I'm not raising the rent to make more profit. I'm simply raising the rent because they raised my property taxes and I don't live there. And the property taxes, and I know tenants don't like to hear this, but the majority of the property taxes go to benefit the tenant, not the landlord. You call the police are coming to the unit. You drive on the roads. You have kids, you go to school. Unfortunately, people don't want to see that. I would love to live in a world where everybody makes the good, wholesome decision to live in smaller houses. I would love... Do tenants have a right to ask for itemized rent bill that would show this? No, tenants don't have a right to ask for an itemized rent bill. Tenants, your right is to rent the unit for the price I say I'll rent you the unit. I tell you I'll rent you the unit for $2,000 a month. You want to ask me for an itemized bill? I say no. We're back to the question of, do you want to rent it for $2,000? But the moment you say, honestly, the moment you say to me, I say to you, the rent's $2,000. You said like an itemized bill. I say no, and by the way, I'm not going to rent you the unit now. Because by asking me for an itemized bill, I know you're going to be a fucking douchebag tenant that I don't want to deal with. Unfortunately, there's douchebag landlords, there's douchebag tenants. Are you talking about why the Democrats didn't stand? I have to make sure that I know what you're talking about. There's a guy in my landlord group that bought another home to rent out, and he got a shitty rate and overpaid for it. The mortgage is $3,200 a month. Guess what he's trying to rent it for? $4,500 a month. Well, see, that right there is where you have the flaw of the where you have the flaw in the process. You shouldn't be trying to make profit. You should be understanding that you're not going to make any profit. You want to get the unit paid for as quickly as possible. A landlord should, their first step should be to own the asset. And after they own the asset, then they don't have to worry about the rent so much because they already own the building. They bought the equity. But if the mortgage is $3,200 and you're trying to rent it out for $4,500 a month, you're never going to get that. And if you do get that, you're probably going to have really desperate people. $4,500 a month, if you're $4,500 a month is a ridiculous amount of rent. That will last until they can't eat the mortgage tax bill while not having any tenants. Right. As far as the Democrats not standing when President Trump was talking, all of the Democrats that chose to boycott the State of the Union address, they all shouldn't be reelected. The State of the Union address is a constitutionally mandated activity that the president has to engage in. Hold on one second. If you don't want to applaud for the president, don't applaud for the president. If you don't want to stand for the president, don't stand for the president. But there are going to be certain times during the president's presentation that you're not standing for the president, you're standing for something else. The guy that got the Medal of Honor because he was wounded during the Venezuela raid. You're not standing for the president at that point. You're standing in support of a wounded American military member. If you can't stand for that, get right the fuck out of Congress. So what does it mean when practically every politician claps like seals 52 times when Netanyahu speaks? Is it the Democrats' fault then? Well, hold on a second. You're going to have... Hold on. I'm not even going to engage with you. I'm just going to say goodbye to you because I find your username offensive. I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I usually don't explain my bans. I am not going to engage with somebody whose username is ya boy Adolf H. In fact, I'm going to report that username. I'm sorry. In an academic setting, we can talk about the good parts of Adolf Hitler, about the things he did that were good, the things that he did for the people of Germany, the Labor Party, the building up of a country after it was completely decimated by overzealous, over authoritarian things done by France and the United States and Great Britain against the people of Germany, about how the leadership of a country needed to be punished, but you didn't need to completely decimate and turn the German men into eunuchs by taking away all the pride they had in their country. But I'm not going to engage with somebody who says your boy Adolf Hitler, because it tells me an awful lot about that person's psychological makeup. They're going to be a waste of my fucking time, especially since the first thing the person says on my channel is about Jews. Really not interested in that debate. As far as if you want to protest the president, be silent, show up and be silent. Don't stand for him after he walks in. I think a lot of the Democrats are forgetting that there's a certain amount of respect that the president gets because he's the leader of the nation. There's a certain amount of respect that the office of the president of the United States gets. I think the Democrats are forgetting a really big part of it. There's an awful lot of people that voted for Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump won the plurality of votes cast in the popular election. He didn't win a majority, but he won the plurality of votes cast. Every time a Democrat acts the way they do towards the president, they're insulting the voter who voted for Donald Trump. The Democrats are acting like they were right with how they handled running Kamala Harris. Yeah, you salute the rank, not the man. Absolutely. You respond appropriately. A bit like, yeah. The Democrats are showing that they're not. They're showing that they're the half dozen of the other. Our politicians are morally bankrupt. I am so mad at the Democratic Party that Kamala Harris was the best they had to offer. That she wasn't the best they had to offer. The way they did their fundraiser was the Biden-Harris fundraiser. She was the only person that could access that money, and in order to do that, she had to be the nominee. And it was an awful lot of money. I think it was like $300 million or something. Yeah, she was the nominee due to the fundraising. I think what should have happened, was Kamala Harris should have walked into the Democratic convention and she should have said, I understand that a number of the electors are bound to me due to the primaries. I release you all. I look to my peers. I look to my fellow candidates. Let's have a good convention. And in the words of the great late Marvin Gaye, let's get it on and let's have a good debate. And I think if she had done that, right, I think she still would have come out on top. But then the Democrats wouldn't have been like, well, I'm voting for Trump because fuck you, you took away my right to have a primary. I also think that what's wrong with American politics is we need to go back to either the person who gets the most electoral votes is the president and the person who gets the second most is the VP, or we need to go back to having the party in the primaries cast their votes and the party gets to decide. The presidential candidate shouldn't decide who their running mate is. America can't be wrong. It's the most democratic country in the world. Oh, really? Oh, really? How do you figure? How do you come to that conclusion? Because the United States, look at China and Russia. They don't have political, right? But what you said was that your statement was America can't be wrong. It's the most democratic country in the world. America isn't the most democratic country in the world. There are numerous countries above us: Denmark, Estonia, Switzerland, Norway, New Zealand, Iceland. There are other countries that are more democratic than America is. So your first response was to say America can't be wrong. It's the most democratic country in the world. America is in the top 10 for democratic countries, but it's not in the top 5. It fluctuates around 7 and 8. And then your response was to list 2 non-democratic countries. Or did you forget that like 180 countries in the world are democratic and they just have varying degrees of democracy? Also, by the way, America isn't a democracy. So that we're really clear on that, there are countries that are more democratic because they are closer to democracies than America is. No, America is not a democracy. Let me stop you right there. America isn't a democracy. America is a constitutional federal republic with democratic elections for some of the positions, not all. If you're going to argue with me and be flat wrong, that's fine. But America isn't a democracy, because a democracy is, we have democratic procedures in America. When a state has a referendum that the voters make the decision on by direct votes, that's a democracy. A democracy is when the voters have a direct impact on the election. You don't have that for the president. You don't elect the president. You vote in such a way as to influence electors in the Electoral College. That's a republic. You aren't in a democracy. You elect House of... The perfect that each state has... No, it's not perfect. Because each state doesn't have its own government and laws. Each state has laws that is allowed to pass as long as they are not in contrast to the... No, it's not. And I'm going to stop you right here. You're fucking factually incorrect. The federal Constitution, through the 10th Amendment, allows states to pass laws as long as the supremacy of the federal Constitution doesn't override what the state does. States may pass more restrictive laws than the federal government in such ways where you're not denying freedoms, and they may pass least restrictive laws as long as you aren't becoming least restrictive than the most restrictive policies of the federal Constitution. However, you operate inside of the framework that is the Constitution and the Supremacy Clause. For example, marijuana is only just recently been declassified. 27 or 28 or 30 some odd states passed laws decriminalizing it. Yeah, that's why we had the whole Civil War. Exactly. We are a constitutional federal republic with democratic direct elections for some of the positions. For example, you elect people to the House of Representatives and they choose the speaker. You elect a president, or you vote for a president, and then your electors decide whether or not they cast their ballots according to the popular vote. Now, there's about 6 locations. Why can't I vote for the president of my country, but I can't change the governor of my own city? Well, here, let me help you out with something. Cities don't have governors. That's how wrong you are. States have governors. Cities have mayors. Counties have usually a commissioner. If you're going to argue with me, can you please not trip over your own dick and say the governor in my own city? Because cities don't have governors. You literally just fucking showed your ass to the whole room that you don't know what you're talking about. Again, you vote for a president, and if your electors decide not to cast their ballot, your vote doesn't determine the president. The popular vote doesn't determine the presidency. Donald Trump did not win the popular vote in his first election. He won the Electoral College. More Americans wanted Clinton than Trump. But Trump won because we have a non-democratic system. We have democratic elections where everybody gets a vote, but you're voting for an elector. Now, I know that this is hard for some people to understand, but you live in a republic. You elect people that make decisions for you. That is not a democracy. You have democratic elections. Just because you have democratic elections doesn't, I know, but in my country, the governor rules our state. I mean, governor of our main city. Then you're not even in fucking America. What country are you in? Because you're not in America. Because cities in America don't have fucking governors. So what the fuck country are you in? I literally fixed your problem and I said, cities have mayors. You're in Deutschland. Great. Then shut the fuck up about America. Because you don't fucking know about America and you're arguing with me about American fucking law that you don't fucking understand. Holy fuck. Ladies and gentlemen, there is the individual that decided to show their ass to the chat today. Literally said it. Still doesn't get it. Honestly, shut the fuck up about American government if you're not American. Yeah, I thought the German education system was better than this too. Apparently, we can find the ass waiver in from every fucking country. I'm tired of people that aren't American telling the guy with a fucking degree in political science that I don't understand my fucking country. Holy fuck. It's like, I'm not saying a college degree makes you a subject matter expert, but I'm saying instead of coming in and arguing with somebody, why don't you ask the person, be like, you seem really sure about this? Yeah, I'm really fucking sure about this because I've taken classes specifically called Congress and the Presidency, urban politics, right? I've been directed through a course of study to understand this. Also, you have to understand the idiosyncrasies of the evolution of the American Constitution. Are Canadians American? Yes, but not in common usage. Not as the common usage. People from the United States of America are commonly referred to as American. Canadians are Canadians. Citizens of Mexico are Mexicans. People from the Dominican Republic are Dominicans. Cubans, Haitians, Puerto Ricans, right? Now, Puerto Ricans are Americans because they're an American Commonwealth and they have American citizenship. I think a lot of people who are upset suddenly about America being the Americans need to talk to their own militaries. So I don't support Trump. What the fuck what the fuck does it matter? And why would you ask it that way? So don't you support Trump? No, I don't support Donald Trump. Where on my fucking channel does it say anywhere that I'm a Republican, I'm MAGA, I'm a Trump supporter? You're an ignorant fuck, okay? You came in here full of preconceived misconceptions about my government, about how it runs, and about me because of the way you asked that question. An educated person would have come in and maybe asked a couple of questions first, and then before they ran off. You're in here in an English-speaking channel with the word U.S. military in the title, which is pretty fucking indicative that I'm going to be talking about American politics, and you came in, you pulled down your pants, and you showed your ass to the chat, and now you're going to be upset and embarrassed when I say, that's an ugly ass. But it's better than the one on the top of your neck. Holy fuck, man. You don't even know how to conduct yourself in polite society. And now you're like, but you're being rude. Correct. I am being rude. Because you came in, and I don't like when people walk into my living room and pull their pants down. You want to argue that America, it can't be wrong. America's wrong all the fucking time. Okay? Period. Dot. America's not the most democratic country on the planet. And if you're from Germany, Deutschland, then you neighbor countries that are more democratic than the United States is. It's hard sometimes because an outsider will hear an American say they're in favor of Republican policies, but they may not be Republican. Yes, that's the problem. I can't help educate illiterate fucking people that don't understand my country made a bunch of really dumb decisions. We have a party called the Democrats that have nothing to do with democracy, and a party called the Republicans that have nothing to do with being a republic. Because America is a federal constitutional republic with some democratic elections. Do you think mayors and governors should be prosecuted that allow sanctuary cities that harbor illegals and waste our tax money? Yes, I do. This is my personal belief. If a mayor declares their city to be a sanctuary city, the governor of that state should use all legal recourse to tell that mayor, you are not following the state constitution. If a governor says we're a sanctuary state, then the president of the United States should have that governor arrested on charges of treason, because governors in America have zero authority over immigration. And by not honoring ICE detainers and not working with Department of Homeland Security, Immigration Customs Enforcement, they are in violation of the federal law, meaning they are in a state of insurrection. Now, with that said, do I think that the way ICE and Homeland Security are removing immigrants? No, I don't think they're right. I do think that we have an awful lot of Democrats that say shit like this, and this is where our problem is coming from.
Says the quiet part out loud.
From Brooklyn, New York, we have a diaspora that can absorb a significant number of these migrants. And when I hear colleagues talk about the doors of the inn being closed, no room in the inn, I'm saying I need more people in my district, but just for redistricting purposes. And
I need more people in my district for redistricting purposes. This country, you would want Donald Trump to be your next chancellor if possible. Why? Donald Trump's a fucking moron. In this country, we don't count citizens for the census. We count people. We should not be counting people. America, there's like 280 million Americans in America, and there's like 60 to 70 million immigrants in America. We need to get rid of all the 11.99 million illegals in this country for no other reason than they're here illegally. I want people to understand there's two numbers here. There's about 49.5 million documented immigrants. And there's 11.99 illegal immigrants. My first and foremost concern is this 12 million people. Charlie Kirk was a politician. He was laying the groundwork to be the president. We have 11.99 million people in this country who shouldn't be here. You're mad that your groceries are expensive? Get rid of 12 million people. You're mad your rent is expensive? Get rid of 12 million people. And by the way, this is 12 million people that are known. If we get rid of the 11.99 million people who shouldn't be in this country, it's going to immediately reduce rents, create job openings, lessen police issues, right? And then out of these 49.5 million documented immigrants, stop. It's not the Biden administration. Stop that shit. Donald Trump had illegals come over during his administration. Stop turning it into a partisan issue. We do not need to turn certain issues into partisan issues. There's no need for that. We don't need to point fingers about certain issues because you want to turn it into an anti-Biden talking point, and then all the effort's going to be talking about the validity of the number. I say, why the fuck do you care whose fault it is? Let's fix the problem. If the pipe is leaking and your house is flooding, do you want the plumber to stand there while you argue with your wife about who broke the shower head? Or do you want the plumber to say, I'll just fix the fucking leak? We don't need to turn everything into, right, a partisan issue. Get rid of, could use some defining. Is it boot them all out or more process? These 11.99, fucking gone. These 11.99, fucking out of here because they didn't come through a lawful port of entry. They got to fucking go. They got to go. Donald Trump is not neurodivergent. Not at all. Period. Dot. He's not neurodivergent. We don't claim him. No, because here's the thing. You're wrong. They didn't come in under the Biden administration. They came in under the Biden administration, the first Trump administration, Obama's administration, W's administration, Clinton's administration. They've always come in illegally. How do you move that's first of all 11.9 million, not 11.9 billion. There's not even 11.9 billion people on the planet. Second of all, it's real simple. You arrest them, you fly them back to their country of origin. Out of these people, 49.5 million of these people up here, there's a number of them who have criminal records. Did you know that according to the immigration law, when you're on a visa and you commit a crime, your paperwork tells you you have to self-deport? Did you know that? It's in the rules. It's in the rules. You're supposed to depart. But because we have a very terrible system of none of our systems talk to each other, when a person who is over the age of 18 is an immigrant in this country, they are required by law to carry their visa with them at all times. They are required to surrender that visa when arrested because that determines their status. If that person has committed an infraction, when you run their number, you're supposed to contact ICE and say, I have this person, this is their visa number, they've committed this crime, do you want them? And ICE says, yes, abso-fucking-lutely we want them, we're going to deport them. Now, because we have Chicago, Illinois, New York State, Minnesota, Minneapolis, California, not adhering to this, we have people that have domestic violence charges allowed back into our general population. We have people, most developed nations have an immigrant problem. They do. But did you know in a lot of developed nations, they put you in jail for 6 months to 2 years and then they kick you out? Because they don't turn illegal immigration into just a civil problem, a civil infraction. They turn it into a criminal infraction. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're mad about your grocery bill and you're mad about your rent and you're mad about a lot of things going up in price, imagine if we got rid of 30 to 40 million immigrants who shouldn't be here. Get rid of 30 to 40 million people. Okay? And imagine, let's say 40 million. Get rid of 11.7% of the country. And I mean this with all sincerity. Get rid of 11% of the country. Rent's going to go down. Groceries are going to go down. Because demand goes down. Supply stays the same. Demand goes down. Price comes down. I suppose that if you get rid of all the cheap labor people, you'll get an even higher rise in prices. Motherfucker, I don't know who fed you all the bullshit. The immigrants I'm talking about don't have the cheap labor people. The people I'm talking about getting rid of are the people that were brought into this country and are taking like middle to lower or to middle to upper middle style jobs. Because your education system failed you so thoroughly, we import people to do high-skilled jobs. H-1B visas. Why in the motherfuck does this country not produce enough people for all of the skill sets we need? We import doctors because we can't produce enough doctors. America doesn't produce enough neurologists. And I mean, this isn't a racist statement. This is an honest to God statement. Go to your local neurology, go to your fucking hospital, go to the neurology department and look at the list of names. In 9 out of 10 hospitals, 70% or more of the neurologists will be Southeast Asian. We don't put enough American kids through medical school to become neurologists. So we have to import neurologists. Why? Because medical school is hard and medical school is expensive. Well, we want universal basic health care. Well, who the fuck's gonna provide it? I mean, technology changed so many times in the last 30 years, it's wild. Trying to keep up with everything is near impossible. You have a country that's full of people that are going to need jobs, but you don't want to look at your school systems so that you can tweak and tune your school systems to produce the jobs that you're going to need? Are we really at the level of that we're just going to give up? Because fuck. We can't produce the number of doctors that we need. So we import medical school students. We're not just importing doctors. We're not producing enough candidates to go to all our medical school slots. I showed the video. Why do so many Asian, Chinese specifically, but Asian students come to America? They're the middle fucking of the road student in China. And they come here and they go to our prestigious universities. What the fuck does that say about what we're wasting in our fucking children? Are you telling me we can't fill every American school with American students? We have kids that literally, my state has 35 schools in one state with 0 kids read at grade level. 35 schools, 0% of the population reads at grade level. 54, I believe, schools, 0% of the student body does math at grade level. President Obama, I thought you had a No Child Left Behind initiative that completely fucked American education. I went to Catholic education my whole life. Catholic grade school, Catholic high school, Catholic university, Catholic grad school. I remember Sister Mary Francis not having time for my bullshit. I remember a pointer has a diameter of about that big and it hurts when it goes across your fucking knuckles. Carlos Mencia tells the joke. What's 4 times 4? I don't know, Sister Mary Francis. God doesn't have time for your bullshit, neither do I. 16, Sister Mary Francis. I know my math. And then you get home and you have a fucking black eye and fucking 2 broken ribs because Sister Mary Francis fucking stomped on you. And then your dad looks at you and tell anybody who was raised in the 70s and the 80s, tell me I'm kidding. Son, why do you have a black eye? Well, Dad, Sister Mary... Fucking dumbass. Now the other side of your fucking face is black and blue. But by God, you knew your fucking numbers. No, I'm not saying I agree with the model. Well, what I'm going to say is this. I might not agree with the how, but I'm certainly going to agree with the fucking results. We lower... I don't like Carlos Mencia because he steals jokes, so I steal all of his. We used to be fucking here. We used to be here. And then we lowered the standard and lowered the standard and lowered the standard and lowered the standard and lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered. And now we have kids with Down syndrome in honors classes and inclusion saying this class is easy. We have fallen behind. We are the most developed nation in the fucking world. And we have fallen behind. We took away basic skills tests for teachers in Illinois. Okay? I want you to hear this, and you can look this up. We took away basic skills tests for teachers in the state of Illinois. Because individuals with a bachelor's degree, because you have to have a bachelor's degree, and individuals who have a teaching certificate, which you go through approximately 9 to 13 specific classes to get your teaching degree. You have to take adolescent psychology, classroom management, introduction to the American school system. You have to take curriculum presentation, which is a 6-hour course, practicum, statistics, math 121 for teachers, managing a grade book, which is basically just understanding the difference between percent and percentile, mean, median, and mode. But you take specific classes, and I had classmates, I'm not fucking with you, I had classmates who failed their basic skills test. I got a 96 on the bitch, and it took me all of about 10 minutes. I have my results here. I remember the letter they sent to my school, my university. 93 in grammar, 91 in reading, 94 in mathematics. They gave me a 96 overall on my composite score, but in writing I only got an 80. I don't have a tendon in this wrist, so writing long form it just becomes difficult to read. They said, from what we were able to read, he clearly understands the concept. Just please remind your student that he needs to write more clearly. But they gave me a 96 composite score. They just couldn't read some of my answers. But you have people that were failing this. If you fail a basic fucking skills test, you shouldn't be teaching. What do I want for protection when it comes to home invasions? A Taurus Judge, 5-cylinder revolver that loads 44s or 410 shotgun shells. My personal choice for 410 shotgun shells is 410 Dragon's Breath rounds. Because I don't know who needs to know this, but when you shoot a Dragon's Breath round at somebody, they're going to piss their pants and run the other way. Here's the problem. We don't want homeowners to have guns to defend themselves in their homes. We don't want victims to be able to defend themselves. This is President Jalan's talking point. If you break into my house, I will shoot you dead because I will put 2 in your chest and 1 in your head, the way the military taught me to fire. And when your family says to me, well, you cared about your stuff more than our family member's life, I'm going to put my hand up and say, no, that's where you have the perception wrong. I didn't value my stuff more than their life. They valued their stuff more. They valued my stuff more than their life. Children deserve 15 teachers to 1 student. No, they don't. Children don't deserve 15 teachers to 1 student. Not at all. If you want that level, teach your own fucking kids. 15 teachers to 1 student? That's fucking ridiculous. That you have a fucking absurd idea. Because your number of 15 to 1 would require there to be 1.155 billion teachers in America. You take the total number of students we have. I don't hate kids. I hate stupid people, so I'm addressing your stupid point. As a teacher, I can handle 22, 23 students at a time. You want No, it's not a basic societal guideline, you dumb fuck. It's not a basic societal guideline that there's 15 teachers to one student. Did you mean there should be 15 students to one teacher? Because the guideline is up to 22. One teacher, properly trained, can handle approximately 22 students. Neurotypical, unlike your president. No, you're not neurotypical. You might not be neurodivergent, but your statements are showing that you're F73. You're literally saying there's a societal guideline of 15 to 1. There's not. There is no makeup where you should have 15 teachers to one student, because then you'd have 1.1 billion teachers necessary for just American students. It's so funny for Americans to be the judges of intelligence with their broken education system. I don't know what the fuck you're on about, but you come into a channel and you just naturally assume that I'm a fucking American. Did you fucking forget that maybe some people are dual citizens? And just because I managed to lose my accent over many years of living here doesn't suddenly fucking mean that I didn't have the benefits of both European and education and American education. Also, before you start throwing around a bunch of fucking insults, what level of education do you have specifically in education? Shove it up your ass, you dumb fuck. Because one of us has a master's degree in education, and you have nothing. There is nowhere that says 15 teachers to one student. 15 role models? 15 good, healthy people? Seems like your moderator. Which one of my moderators is saying divergents are fucking stupid as hell? Because I don't even think I have any moderators here. My only moderator, what are you on about? There are no moderators here. How fucking dumb are you? You're literally arguing with another person. Yeah, but buddy, your fucking brain took a walk off the map. I don't have any moderators. Modbots chatting? Like, you're so dumb. There's a little button you can click on that'll show you who my moderators are. Ready? Here's the moderators that I currently have in chat. Ready? Which one of these three people hurt your feelings? Which one of these three moderators said something derogatory towards you? Because those are the only three moderators in the channel right now. The Nightbot hurt his feelings? Show me on the doll where Nightbot hurt you. Guys, children are ultimate minority that deserve 15 to 1 in decent education. Goodbye. I don't have time for stupid fucking people. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't have a 15 to 1 ratio. You simply cannot have a 15 to 1 ratio of teachers to one student. You then would have nothing in your society but teachers. Now, role models? Sure. Mom, dad, both sets of grandparents, teachers, principal, pastor, older sibling. Sure, that's what I said. Did you mean role models? Yeah, we don't have enough teachers, absolutely. Yeah, mentors, absolutely. I thought he was saying, hyperbolically, making fun of the people who want a teacher to spend all their time on one problematic student. Now, I will talk about that. And Karthos also has a degree in education, so he'll back this up. It is well documented that teachers spend 90% of their time on 10% of the students. Because we have run the fucking standard so low that the average kid can walk through school and never be challenged. I'm going to give you an example from my teaching mentality. It's always the same 10% too. Here's my belief in education. Here's my belief. You give a pretest, and one kid gets a 95 on the pretest, and one kid gets a 35. Now, the kid that gets the 35 is going to have a lot of work to do. They're going to have a lot of busy work. They're going to have a lot of worksheets. They're going to have a lot of reading. They're going to have a lot of instruction. The kid who gets a 95 on the pretest doesn't need those things because they're already operating at almost perfect level. But where we run into the problem is when the kid takes the post test. If the kid still gets a 95, but this kid gets an 80. Now, by most scoring standards, this kid should get an A plus or a flat A. And this kid should get a C plus, B minus based on raw score. But this kid came to me with deficiencies. And this kid has more than doubled their knowledge on the topic during the course of instruction. If somebody doubled their knowledge in the course of instruction, why would I give them an average grade? The problem with grades is that the early founders of education put grades on shit for no meaning. What we did is we industrialized education. If I have a kid that went from a 35% of the knowledge material to 80%, in my opinion, that's A work. I have a person who went from 95 to 95. That's a pass. You didn't learn anything. Yeah, you're trying to quantify quality. You can quantify things or you can stratify things. We don't need to be giving kids grades the way we do. We need to focus on, if a student comes in with a 95 and leaves with a 95, the teacher is failing the student because the teacher didn't give them other stuff to do. The teacher didn't enrich their education. It's just like this one. This one made parents mad. I was teaching a class and my class was divided left and right. I made the kids align themselves. The top 15 performers were on the left side of my class. The bottom 15 performers were on the right side of my class as I'm looking out. So I teach the topic, and these kids get questions number 1 through 30. Start your homework. So that I could come over here and stand in front of this half of the classroom and go over and help. Okay, you guys start, but you only have to do 1 through 15 evens. Because the odds answers are in the back of the book. And so these kids would normally be done with their homework before the end of class. So they had 0 homework. Meanwhile, I would be over here walking up and down the rows, helping these kids with their homework, and they're not getting it, and they only have 15 questions to do. And if they got through 4 or 5 of them during class, they were fucking running with afterburners on. And so I had some of the parents come in, and the parents said to me, well, why does my kid get 30 problems to do and the other kids only get 15? Said, because your kid could easily do 30 or 60 problems for homework, and they're barely getting the concept. And they said, well, shouldn't all the kids get the same work? Shouldn't all the kids be at the same academic level when they get to 7th grade? I went to a seminar once that had teacher strategy where you did a pretest based on the score of the unit pretest. You split them into 3 groups: high, at grade level, and needs improvement. And we're given more knowledge building and comprehension tasks. It was pretty interesting, but I quit teaching on long average. Yeah, that is the piece where, like, I had 3 students that were just completely crushing social studies. They already knew all the shit. And I said, look, the 3 of you, each of you pick a either a former Soviet era country, or you pick from this region of countries and go learn about it. And they were like, well, what about I said, you take the pretest. You guys get 90s and above on all the pretests. Do this other project. One girl picked Azerbaijan. She did an amazing presentation about Azerbaijan. They had to present to the class. the majority of the kids in the class didn't even know where the fuck Azerbaijan was. Why am I going to waste that student's time relearning the same American social studies they've learned since first grade? Why are we even teaching social studies to first graders? Why are we... Yeah, I think that's the concept on honors courses, basically putting all the high performers in a single class. Content was normal plus additional homework. Right, and that's not honors. That's what Cartho says. Biggest bummer for me was being smart, you did more work, not more interesting work. That's why I started college at 16. I dropped all my honors classes. Because the fuck do I want to do busy work for? My English 4 teacher was like, you're in English 101? I said, yeah, I took English 101 over the summer. I took English 102 over the summer. I'm done. All my English 4 teacher said was, bring me your papers. I brought my papers, and they were like, I brought them the corrected versions and the clean copies. And they said, yeah, if your college professor says this paper was an A, I'm going to give you just some of my feedback, but I don't need you to come to class. What do you need to take English 4 at the high school for if you've already done English 1, English 2, and speech? Because that's all English 4 should be finishing you up. We make kids take 4 years of English in high school. Why? Why do we waste their fucking time? My junior year in high school was... My junior year in high school was 4 of Shakespeare's works. 1 play a semester, and then the 4th semester was all the sonnets. Honestly, do I appreciate Billy and his writings? Yeah, I do. Do I think that I needed to waste an entire fucking year of my education in high school learning to read Shakespeare? I do not. I do not at all. We're not teaching kids. Yeah, plus most of these kids can't put complete sentences on paper. We still give kids 2.5, 3.5 months off in a row. Why? Why is school not year round? My version of education reform is this. Ready? January and February is the first quarter. March is divided into 2. There's A and B seminar. You want to take your kids on a vacation? Take them in March. Your kids can miss A or B, right? April and May and June. July and August, September, October, November, December. With a little bit of fudge. Well, actually, fuck it. We won't even fudge it. We'll just leave it here for now. Your kid has to go to school during the 4 main blocks of education. You are highly encouraged to the maximum extent possible to make sure your kid is in school during the 4 8-week blocks. If you want to take your kid on a vacation, take your kid during one of the other blocks. The school's always going to be here, but your kid has to take 1 selection from A or B, and your kid has to take 1 selection from C or D. Meaning if you go on vacation in March, you can't also go on vacation in September. Because your kid has to have A or B. Because we're going to teach things like civics, morality, virtues, logic, critical thinking, first aid, nutrition, health, how to wash your ass, how to sew a button, how to bake a cookie, right? We're going to teach those things. If your kid wants to go to school the whole year, the kid can go to school the whole year. Boom. What happens if a kid starts to fall behind? Excuse me, Mr. Jalan, yes, your daughter fell behind during the January and February block of instruction. She must be here during March. because we're not waiting for summer school to teach summer school. Your kid is going to be in remedial education for the academic subject matter that they didn't learn in January and February. Which also means you won't be able to take a vacation in September because your kid will have to do that Alpha Bravo component. But we're not going to wait. We're not going to piss away a whole academic year. We're going to do 8 weeks of instruction. And then if your kid needs remedial follow-up, we're going to do that remedial follow-up in the 4 weeks after. No, instead we have kids that struggled all fucking year for 32 weeks of instruction. 180 days, kid was fucking lost, and we're going to send them to 4 weeks of summer school, and they're magically going to be ready. Because we don't retain kids anymore. If you've ever heard of the Montessori method is infinitely better. About social studies, they begin with, you are a baby because it's the study of people, relationships, and the world. Yes, but the problem is the average person doesn't need to know that stuff because what they call social studies is not social studies. They call in grade school, and even on my teaching certificate, I'll show you, we don't even know what the fuck we're teaching when we teach teachers. When we have teachers teaching, what we have teachers do is, you'll notice this, and this is what sickens me about how we teach social studies to teachers. You will notice that social science is grades 5 through 8. Grades 6 through 8. Why are you not going red? Social science is grades 6 through 8. In Illinois, I can teach one grade down from what my certificate is, so I can teach 5th grade as well. But what we do is, U.S. history is grades 9 to 12. World history is grades 9 to 12. Sociology, anthropology, psychology, civics, political science. Those things are all 9 through 12. You don't need to teach first graders anything about social studies because they don't need to know it. Senior high school, because senior high school grades 9 through 12 as opposed to junior high, because the title of 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th is technically junior high school. We just shorten it to junior high. In my state, we don't do a junior high number. We just delineate it to 6 to 12. Grade 5 in the state of Illinois is classified as elementary education, so you need a specific certificate. In Florida, they have grade school and high school only. I did know that because I looked at retiring to Florida and teaching. Florida doesn't delineate that 6th, 7th, and 8th is junior high. So in Florida, you get a teaching certificate that's K-8 or 9-12. In my case, I have a certificate that allows me to teach 6-12. Because, like in this school district, the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders are in a completely different building. 50 states, 50 ways they do it. People make these... Wait, hold on. I always told kids the most interesting thing requires a foundational learning that is usually the most boring. Understanding the timeline and order in history is very important, but most people don't want to memorize dates. But it's like a house. You need to know the Spanish Armada was sunk in 1588 before you understand the Dutch East India Company's rise to power. Right, exactly. Now, you do have the idea that you don't need to learn the dates. Sorry, I've got another charity crisis. Constantly trying to help people. The trick here is people that don't have degrees in a subject want to argue with people that have degrees in the subject about the subject. You don't need to have a degree in education to say the American school system sucks. If you said to me the American school system sucks, I would say I agree with you, we're on the same page. But where the problem comes in, right, is you have the problem, you have the solution. The problem, we can 100% agree with what the problem is. But you think the solution is this, but you have zero training on understanding the problem. If you don't understand the problem, you can't come up with a solution. Yeah, they call it middle school in Georgia. Junior high, middle school. Again, I don't know why we have to have 15 different words for the same thing. We need to have standardized education across America and then modularized down at the state and then county and then individual school district level. Yeah, if you get the same... Yeah, what you're saying is you don't need to know the exact dates. You just need to know the order of things. America landed on the moon and then we had the space race. Nope, you got that shit backwards. No, middle school is not 3, 4, and 5. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have middle school at 3, 4, and 5 in the state of Illinois. We have elementary, which is preschool through 5. We have junior high, which is 6, 7, 8. And then we have high school, which is 9 through 12. We don't have a specific designator of middle school in Illinois, which should be pretty easy to tell because I just showed. Okay, let me help you out, motherfucker, who always wants to argue about shit. Just because your school called it that doesn't motherfucking mean it's how it's classified. I quite literally, dumb motherfucker, showed you the credentialing in the goddamn state you're talking about. Now, would you like to shut the fuck up about the state of Illinois? Because one of us has a master's degree in education for teaching in this state, and one of us doesn't. This is your fucking problem that you have every time you come here. You want to tell people who have been educated in how something works that they're fucking wrong. It also begs to reason, the reason why you fail so much is your school was more concerned about calling middle school 3, 4, and 5 instead of teaching you shit. You see how that goes? It's real simple. I literally told you how the fucking state of Illinois is structured, and I know that because the state of Illinois tested me to know if I know how it's structured. I literally also said in Illinois we can teach one down because we don't want, because remember, you have to have an elementary education certificate to teach 5th grade. But you can teach one down on your coursework as long as you're not the homeroom teacher. I can't be a 5th grade homeroom teacher, but I can teach 5th graders social studies. Yours is yours is elementary. Your kids. Now, the problem we have is that's a walking, talking example of what I'm talking about. Well, my experience is, okay, you were taught wrong. Blame your school. It begs to reason that your school probably was more concerned about classifying people than educating people. Begs to reason. Education is lifelong, but you don't hear people arguing that they can learn differential equations when they haven't taken pre-calculus. Right. People don't want to do the foundational groundwork. People want to see your state does K through 6, and I've seen many states do K through 6. I've even seen states, Kansas has 6th grade centers because they don't know what to do with the 6th graders. So they have 6th graders go to a complete building on their own Because in 5th grade, they still have lockers in the back of the classroom, and they teach them all about the lockers and shit, locking a lock and whatever, in the 6th grade center. Then they go to 7, 8. I've seen some high schools that have 9th grade centers. Ohio has 9th grade centers, not across the whole state, but in Centerville and Beaver Creek. The problem is, people don't know what the solution is. They know what they would have wanted when they were in school. Okay? That's fine. You can give anecdotal feedback. But what you can't give is scientific, educated feedback. I'm used to middle school being 6 to 8. Didn't know they did it differently. Yep. And that's, see, and that right there is the problem. People, who makes up the school board? Did you know that in some school districts, teachers cannot be part of the school board? Because the school board decides on things that impact the teachers? Even if your kids are in the school district, you can't run for school board. We just had this problem recently. The gifted teacher wanted to run for school board to compel the school district to keep the gifted program open. That person was deemed ineligible. Then the person's husband was going to run for the school board, and the school board decided that the spouses of teachers are ineligible to run for school board. If that's not, yeah, no faculty in some places. When all of a sudden did me being a teacher mean I'm also not a parent? Sorry, trying to make sure somebody doesn't lose their kids today. Elementary was 1 through 6, junior high was 7 through 9, high school was 10 to 12. Grumpy old man is a little bit older than I am. And one of the two, some of the reasons that they did the division like this, believe it or not, was the violence. The other one, which I've seen school districts that did, is school districts didn't want freshman girls to be able to go to the senior prom. So what they did is they said the 12th graders can't take anybody lower than a 10th grader to the prom. Because depending on birthdays, you can have a 13-year-old in 9th grade. You can also have a 19-year-old in 12th grade. Now, I do know that my state at one point talked about some sort of legality, and then I left for the military. I never saw what the end result is. There was one point where they talked about a 5-year differential between the oldest student and the youngest student. So if you're a senior and you're going to turn 19, but there's a 13-year-old in the class that's not going to turn 14, then you have to be dropped from school because you can't, they were talking about a 5-year differential. I don't know if it ever went through. But just so you're aware, you can have that breakout. You can have a 19-year-old in a school district with in a building with a 13-year-old. And I'm not talking about like one kid got double promoted, one kid got retained just by how their birthdays are. you can have that. At that point, it's why we need to teach kids about the laws of the state. Like, did you know that you can get charged with statutory rape and no sexual of any? No, you can get charged with a crime called statutory rape, even though no sexual conduct occurred. You are an adult, and you have in your presence a minor that you don't have legal authority control over for a period of 4 or more hours, and you can get charged with statutory rape. Yesterday, there was a big hoopla with the three of the kids got left by the bus. 1 female, 2 males. So the female vice principal had to drive the female student to the bowling meet. The male vice principal had to drive the 2 male students to the bowling meet because the district policy is opposite gender students may not be transported by opposite gender faculty, which is why on the bus there's 1 female coach and 1 male coach. That's the level of scrutiny we now have to have. Your son's high school has limited prom tickets to juniors, seniors only. I think they actually have to provide ID for outside invites to buy a ticket. We did in my school. You had to show the only people who could bring an 8th grader to an event were freshmen. So the freshmen could bring an 8th grader, and that was only to homecoming. After the fall homecoming, that was the one exception. So homecoming is in like September. You start school in August. You have homecoming in September. It was an all-boys school. You could bring a girl, an 8th grader, with you for your date. But after that, they expected you to have enough time to find a freshman high schooler girl. Because then shortly after that, they did a bunch of mixers and stuff to get people to know each other. Just do the fucking paperwork. My high school had a long-time male girls basketball coach. He was super well-loved, a staple in the community, helped them win state 2 times. He was asked to step down after some parents didn't want him traveling on the bus with their daughters. Dude was super gay, and it wasn't a secret. Yeah, like, you know, that's the shit I'm talking about in our society. Like, we live in a society that's so bigoted, that's so presumptuous, right? We just, like, I always question people when they present ludicrous theories, and I just say, are you projecting much? I was a teacher. I was at the building an hour before the school day. But my school was so up in arms about anything inappropriate. If one of my students came to the building, one of my female students came to the building, they weren't allowed to go upstairs until there was a second student. But if one of my male students came to the building, they were allowed to come upstairs. I didn't know about this rule. My students told me about this principal's rule that she instilled. So after my kids told me, I went and I said, hey, did you institute a rule that says if a female student comes to the building, they have to wait downstairs until a second 8th grader comes? But if a male student gets here, he can come right up? And she said, yes, I did. I said, great, do me a favor. Don't ever send a singleton up to my classroom again. In order for a student to come upstairs, there has to be 2 students. They always have to be accompanied. The principal's like, why is that? I said, because I don't like the insinuation that you're making. And the principal was like, well, I'm just really doing it to, you either believe that I'm capable of abusing a female student or you don't. But if you're going to tell me that a male student come upstairs but a female student can't, then I don't want any singleton students coming upstairs. I always want there to be 2 or more students. What the fuck is wrong with you, lady? These kids can't read. These kids can't write. These kids are coming in to get extra help. I took a fucking shit job in a shit area because the I forgot what the fuck her job title was, but the female nun in charge of Catholic education in the Archdiocese of Chicago asked me to teach a 2nd year in the Archdiocese. So I did. I didn't even look for a public school job. I took a 2nd year in Catholic education because I got asked. Like, what the fuck are you accusing me of? Like, I don't like your insinuation. I'm actually offended by it. Yeah, too much risk of lawsuits. Now, what I didn't say is, why are you worrying about me when there's priests diddling altar boys? I mean, I didn't go that route. I wanted to say, hey, look, I don't see too many allegations against priests molesting female students. It's always male altar boys. But whatever. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Get out of there. This is a teeny tiny domestic terrorist. This is a baby. Can they see you? Can they see the pretty girl? Nope, you don't want to be seen. Aw. Aw, hi. I got 7 of these little fur balls. I got 7 of, oh, goodbye. I got 7 of those little fur balls running around my house. 5 of them have access to me. 2 are locked up. The one really old cat and the one that had the kittens, they stay locked up because one of the boys picks on one of the girls. What are you? Okay, whatever. Cats are liquid. I'm gonna take a real quick break and then we're going to jump into which one was I showing? Oh, we're gonna focus on this one. The doctor keeps focusing on my weight. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I had to pick up. Oh, you're my TARDIS? I need a TARDIS. I needed to pick up a prescription from the porch. And then I realized I better check the mail because my daughter's EpiPen was in the mail. Hey, thanks to you guys, I got another Extra Life silver medal. This community does good work. We raise money every year. I wish we could just round up all the fat people, put them in a camp full of treadmills connected to a power grid, and make them run until they lose weight. Win, win, win. They lose weight, we get power. Our medical system isn't bogged down with people who are costing me money because they can't lay off the Lay's sour cream and onion. So here's the really big part of that. I hate articles like this. I hate articles the way this one is written, because you're gonna see, I'm sick of hearing about my weight when I go to the doctor. I've heard that body mass index isn't even that helpful in determining how healthy I am, but my doctor still zones in on my BMI. What other metrics should my doctor and I be using to assess my health? Your fucking weight is what your doctor should be using to assess your health. First of all, ready? This article is going to be filled with a bunch of my biggest pet peeves. There is an ideal weight for humans. They are correct that your BMI isn't a be-all, end-all. But your BMI number, right, and your weight are not the same thing. There are some people whose BMI can't be 27 because they have a ton of muscle mass. I personally have witnessed an individual with a BMI above the Air Force's 29.5 who did a bod pod, who had less than 4% body fat, and they were constantly being told they were obese because their BMI said they're obese. Yeah, unless you're built like an Olympic weightlifter. Well, this guy was Mr. Illinois, Mr. Indiana, powerlifting champion nonsense. As an anti-diet primary care doctor who takes a size-inclusive approach, I often hear from people who feel belittled and shamed by this narrow focus of their body size. Every single time I would go into my doctor's office, it was, she's overweight. You need to get her into sports. You need to reduce her food. Now she's a health coach who helps families navigate weight stigma, but as a child, every doctor's appointment turned into a discussion about making her smaller. See if I can find. Well, I'm not trying to be demeaning here, but you might not be overweight, but you are certainly a little plump, right? That shaped what our home looked like and what I was allowed to think about myself. There's a lot of other science-backed metrics you can focus on instead. In fact, BMI has some serious limitations when it comes to assessing how healthy you are. When I work with my own primary care patients, I find that focusing on evidence-based metrics, blood pressure, glucose tolerance, mobility, and mood is much less stigmatizing, and it's more scientific too. Okay. Honestly, these are all good things to be looking at. Blood pressure, glucose tolerance, mobility, and mood. However, as I've lost weight, my blood pressure has fixed itself. As I've lost weight, right, my glucose problems are fixing themselves. As I've lost weight, my mobility is better because I'm not stressing the shit out of my knees and my back and my ankles. As I've lost weight, my mood is better. BMI can be useful in tracking population-wide trends about body size, but it's often too blunt of an instrument to give you actionable information about your own well-being. Bullshit. It's often, again, your BMI is going to be a fairly good litmus test unless you're a bodybuilder. The American Medical Association passed a resolution noting that BMI has significant limitations when used in clinical practice. Every day in my own clinic, I care for patients whose so-called noble weight who have advanced diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Then my next patient might be active and thriving with a BMI in the obesity range with no evidence of heart disease or diabetes. Wow. Holy fuck. Way to take causation and correlation and just throw out all of your fucking scientific information. Just because you're obese doesn't mean you have heart disease. Just because you're obese doesn't mean you're diabetic. But overall, the statistics show individuals with heart disease are more likely rather than less likely to be in the obese range. Individuals with diabetes are more likely rather than less likely to be in the obese range. So is this article saying that basically doctors are not ordering tests if BMI is high? Yes, if you're using BMI as the sole metric, but what even half-decent physician does that? Weight loss isn't always positive. Someone else with a supposedly normal BMI might have lost weight because of a cancer treatment. Yeah, no shit, dumb fuck. You don't have to be weighed at every doctor's appointment. While many practices include weight as part of their routine workflow, that doesn't mean you have to do it. A polite refusal of "I prefer not to be weighed" is often all it takes. Okay. The only time I expect to not be weighed at my doctor's appointment is if the fucking scale is broken or not calibrated. Do you know that one of the things that they were able to diagnose about me was when a new doctor looked at my case and was looking at my weight gain, and the doctor was like, "You've statistically gained weight every year for the last 7 years." I said, "Yeah." And the doctor was like, "I want to look at your prescription history." And the doctor looked at my prescription history and said, "How fucking long have you been on benzos?" And I said, 7 years. The doctor says, "You've been on benzodiazepines for 7 years." Yeah. The doctor was like, "How much trazodone do you take a night to sleep?" And I said, "My prescription is for 400 milligrams every night." The new doctor, the doctor just reviewing my file, was like, "Did you say 400 milligrams every night?" Yes, I did. It wasn't until, so can we wean you off of those and see if it fixes your issue? Because here's the problem. I was at Wright Pat Air Force Base, and then I went to Scott Air Force Base, and then I went to the retiree clinic, and then I went off base. Well, each person hadn't seen me enough to realize that this was a long-term problem. So they were like, I said to this new doctor, I said, "What do I do if I can't sleep?" And this female doctor who was reviewing my file said, "How long do you normally go without sleep?" I said, 90, 96, 100, 102 hours. The doctor treated me like a human for the first time in a long time. The doctor closes my case file, sits back and says, "You're telling me that you routinely go 4 or 5 days without sleep?" "Yes." I said, "Doc, The carpet starts to move. I start to have visual and auditory hallucinations. I don't drive after 24 hours. I said, I've been awake for 72 hours. My wife's in the lobby. You have my full permission to talk to her. I'll sign whatever medical release you want, whatever it is. Doc went out, talked to my wife for a second, came back in and said, I'm going to wean you. I'm going to titrate you off of 400 milligrams of trazodone fairly rapidly, but safely. If you get to 72 hours without sleep, you just call this number, tell them that you haven't slept, have somebody drive you, I'll give you a shot of Toradol, and then go home. The military didn't give a shit how many hours I could be awake. The military would send a driver to my house to pick me up. Hey, we need you on duty. Man, I haven't slept in like 3 days. Your driver's on your way. All they cared about was my ability to function, which I could. I could function. I finally had a doctor that didn't want to prescribe a pill for every ill. You lost 67 pounds by changing your diet to eggs only for breakfast, meat and veggies for dinner, no snacking, 0 carbs, 0 sugar, hard exercising other than a walk or a mile or two a few times a week. Losing weight is easy. It's only hard if you have a weak mind and no willpower. Only drink water as well and take daily vitamins. I've helped many people lose weight naturally instead of all the trash that some people take. While that works for you, not everybody can do that. Not everybody's biochemistry allows them to operate on the caveman diet. What you're doing with eggs for breakfast, meat and veggies for dinner, with a few vegetables, that's the caveman diet. Not everybody can operate on that. Not everybody can move to that right away. I can't do the caveman diet. I can do it for spurts, but I will lose all of my energy if I do just eggs and steak every day, multiple days in a row, eggs and meat. I have to have a carb of some sort. Yeah, I do intermittent fasting, although I can only do 14 hours of intermittent fasting due to a health concern that my doctor has. And that's what hospitalized me last year. When I go into ketosis, my body, for some odd reason, wants to stay in ketosis. I'm eating and my body's not digesting the food. My body's like, nope. So the thing I say about diets is you can try the caveman diet. You can try paleo. You can try Atkins. You can try intermittent fasting. You can try a lot of different things. But the punchline of the joke is try a bunch of different things. But if you're trying a bunch of different things involves chips and cookies and ice cream. Now, there is what's known as the ice cream diet, and it does work, but it's only for appearance. It's not for lifestyle. If you don't know what the ice cream diet is, if you find yourself having to get into a suit, your dress uniform, whatever it is, and you're fat and you gotta lose bloating very, very quickly, the only thing you can eat is vanilla ice cream. And you do it from the time you realize you don't fit your fat ass in your dress uniform. All you can eat is vanilla ice cream. You have to take vitamins, you have to take supplements. But the point is, by only eating vanilla ice cream, there's no sodium in it, so your body will dump all its water weight. You won't be retaining water. You're just trying to get the pudge into your dress uniform. Well, if you have a couple of days, you're losing 15 to 20 pounds because you're dehydrating yourself. You can't retain water without sodium. Electrolytes, but sodium mainly. So, and then as soon as you get promoted, you have to eat healthy to work your way back up. But when you do that, that's your wake-up call to then switch your diet. But see, people, you said only water. Yeah, cutting carbs and sugar is the most important thing to weight loss. Empty calories. The biggest offender for empty calories is soda and juice and Gatorade and Powerade. It's like, to me, I would see people run. For a while, I was the OIC in charge of the Fat to Fit program, where we would be out running every day. And I would see these people, they would run a 5K, and then they would down a 20-ounce bottle of Powerade. And I would walk up to him and I'd say, you just consumed more calories in that Powerade than you burned running. Because you just drank 210 calories and you burned about 160, 170. And they'd say, well, how do I replenish? It's not about replenishing. It's about you shouldn't be running until you're properly hydrated to begin with. Guess what? You ever see those people and they're exercising and they're not sweating? They're wasting their fucking time and all they're doing is hurting themselves. If you're not sweating, your body is in a state of fucking what the fuck is going on. If you're not sweating, unless you happen to have the very rare genetic disorder where you don't have sweat glands, you should be sweating like a hog when you're working out. Because then your body is saying, it's saying, get all these toxins out. Did you know that the average American, sorry Europeans, I don't know your average number. The average American is 4% dehydrated every single day of their life? Did you fucking know that? They're 4% dehydrated because they don't drink any water. The average American is drinking soda, sugar and laced tea, Powerade, Gatorade. Your body, well, I'm drinking coffee and coffee is made with water. Yeah, you are correct. No, water from a faucet. Water from a water bottle. All I have in here is the half lemonade, half sweet tea packets with no artificial sugar and none of that shit, right? Yeah, coffee is a diuretic. Your body uses water out of itself to push the coffee through your kidneys. People don't realize electrolytes are just salts. Right. If you go work out, I'm going to teach you something that is scientific and it will absolutely give you a gauge if your electrolytes are right. Take a banana, open the banana, cut off the tip. Don't ask me why you cut off the tip. I know there's a reason, but you cut off the tip of the banana. You take the flat part of the banana that you just cut the tip off of and touch it to your tongue. If it tastes good, you're short on electrolytes. Multiple nutrition people, multiple running coaches have taught me that over the years. Ugh. That face, your electrolytes are good. It tastes bitter, assuming it's ripe. If it's not ripe, it throws it off. Yeah. When you touch a banana to your tongue, if it tastes really, really good, you're short on potassium. That's your body is saying, give me that. I want that in right now. Give me that. You can, yeah, Pedialyte. I recommend people keep a bottle of Pedialyte in their house for when they're sick. Really great to rehydrate kids with. Really great to rehydrate you with. Let me go through the rest of this article, though, because this article gets a little crazy. Some doctors do need accurate weights to manage certain medical conditions. Chemotherapy dosing can be weight dependent, and if there are heart conditions sensitive to minor fluctuations in fluid levels. I also like to know if my patients are experiencing a rapid weight loss or weight gain, which can be a sign of underlying medical problem. Otherwise, healthy people, I usually like to get an updated weight at least once a year. Your doctor should be willing to explain why they need to measure your weight. If they really need it to, but you find it distressing, you can ask the medical assistant not to disclose the number. What the fuck is this right here? Ladies and gentlemen, I am fat. I am still technically medically obese. I know I don't look it, but I'm still technically, by the numbers, medically obese. For my height, I should be 177 pounds and no more. Up to 207 is overweight. 207 to 237 is obese. I'm almost back down to 207. But I've lost a bunch of body fat. This bullshit of if it's distressing, why the fuck has our society become so fragile? I'll tell the story so that we can put it in some perspective. I was about 190-ish pounds when I separated from the military. Because I knew in January I was getting separated. And so I stopped giving a shit. I stopped caring. I started drinking soda. I started eating cheesecake and shit that wasn't good for me. January through September, I was retiring. September came along. I was completely retired. I stopped giving a shit. I was drinking Dr. Pepper. I probably consumed more Dr. Pepper daily than Asmongold did. That should let you know how much of that shit I was drinking. I wasn't doing anything. I was depressed. I lost my career. I wasn't walking. I wasn't doing anything. One day, I'm sitting there and my legs are killing me. Both my legs are fucking killing me. I went to the doctor. The doctor was a captain. He was a friend of mine. And I went in and my legs were killing me. And doc has me roll up my pants, take off my socks and my shoes, and he looks at my legs and he's like, "You are borderline about to be having blood clots." He's like, "I can tell from your muscle atrophy in your legs from when I saw you before, you're not doing shit, are you?" And I said, "No." He said, "Look, you dumb fuck, you're fat as fuck." He's like, "You're fat as fuck. You've let yourself go. If you want to eat like shit, fine, but you gotta walk. You gotta get up." All I was doing was getting out of bed, going on my computer. Going from my computer, going back to bed. If I had a doctor who wasn't like, who didn't give a shit about me, "Oh, it's okay that you're putting on weight." Doctor's like, "It's not okay that you're putting on weight. Yeah, your legs are big and you aren't exercising and you've gained a bunch of body weight. You've lost a bunch of body fat. You've gained a bunch of body fat. You've lost a bunch of muscle mass, muscle tone." That's what a doctor's supposed to tell you. "Look, fatty, hit the fucking treadmill. Push for the conversation you want. If your doctor initiates a discussion about weight you don't feel is welcome, Grunlow suggests having what she calls pocket phrases ready to turn the conversation. Practice beforehand. When you go into the office blind, that can be a challenge. "I'm not comfortable talking about my weight every appointment. What else can we talk about? What other tests are available that would be a success marker?" What the fuck is a doctor telling people that, "Fine, doctor, you treat all the fucking fatties that don't want to be told they're fucking fatties. I'm not comfortable talking about my weight every appointment." Then the doctor should look at you and say, "Well, then get your fat ass down to a weight that you're comfortable talking to me." Yeah, what you're saying is tell the doctor to tell you what you want to hear. Went into the doctor. The doctor told me the results weren't good. I said, "Doc, don't tell me that. My medical insurance is almost capped for the year." Doctor says for $50, I'll touch up your test results. Yeah, it's one thing to be told you don't want to go to your doctor's office and be told every time. My doctor, as long as I'm making positive progress, my doctor leaves me the fuck alone. For those of you that are aware of this, there was a point, some of you saw when my face got huge and wide. I was getting close to pushing 300 pounds. If it wasn't for some of the bullshit I got from people, absolutely, I was pushing 300 pounds. The old Dennis Leary fucking joke popped into my head one day. Dennis Leary says, "If I ever wake up and I look down and I can't see my dick, I stop eating. Give the dogs the food. I'm moving to Ethiopia." You need to this is a fucking article about fat shaming. Look, if you want to be fat, but hear about it from the doctor. I want to hear about it from the doctor. Hey, you fat fuck, lose some weight. Most doctors, I hope, would be happy to broaden the conversation beyond body size. Hey, doc, my knees hurt, my back hurts, my ankle hurts. Hey, buddy, you're 300 pounds. I don't want to hear about my weight. What else can we do? Nothing, because I can't. What tests do you want me to do? You're 300 fucking pounds on a body frame that's supposed to support 170. Your knees are gonna hurt. Your ankles are gonna hurt. Your back is gonna hurt. You're gonna have no energy. Yeah, have you considered amputation? Like, so what happened yesterday was I was supposed to stream yesterday. Now, I've told you guys I have non-diabetic idiopathic small cluster neuropathy. 6 really big words that just means my nerve endings are dying and on fire all the time for no reason. I went for a walk and my right leg started hurting. Like really, really, really bad. And I got home and on one of the pads of my feet, I have a mark that I didn't feel. I don't know what injury caused it, but I have a black spot on the bottom of my foot and all the tissue around it is sensitive. And so I had to call into the doctor and I had to wait all day for them to call me back. And I said, well, if it gets any worse, and they're like, is it pus filled? And I'm like, yeah. And they said, well, lance it, because they know my background, my wife's background. They're like, well, lance it and drain it. And I'm like, okay. They said, draw the line around it. If it gets bigger, go to the emergency room. Got it. Most people, they would have said, go to the emergency room. But since I'm ex-medical, my wife's ex-medical, they're like, take care of it. But you got to be careful with it. You've got to be careful with your feet when you have neuropathy. That's why diabetics get told you got to see the doctor twice a year for your foot check. I know a diabetic who didn't take care of his feet and he ended up losing 4 toes. Actually, I think he lost 2 toes. I think then they took the whole top part of the foot. I think that's why he retired, because he lost his toe, his big toe. You can live without the 4 little toes. It's more difficult, but you can. You can live without the big toe, just walking is hard. You know what isn't talked about enough? Weight cutting and boxing and MMA. It's so stupid and dangerous. Yeah, I remember in high school watching a kid carry a spitter around all day, and there he is all day spitting. And then he goes and weighs in. And he makes weight. But you've been dehydrating yourself for 3 fucking days to make that weight. The other kid, you have the other kid by about 4 pounds. And the other kid just completely fucking devastated you. Why? Because I was too tired. Yeah, wrestlers run the stairs wrapped in saran wrap to make weight. I saw that in the military with people trying to make their abdominal circumference. Guys wrapping themselves in saran wrap with preparation H all on their abdomen because it pulls the water out of your muscles. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing to yourself? Abdominal circumference is another one of those stupid tests that should be done if you fail to determine if you just had a bad day or if you're a fat fuck. Like, I remember the kid who got in trouble at McConnell. There was a general there, and the general was talking about the new PT standards, and this was back in 2010, the new PT standards, the new goals, the new appearance, the new everything. And the general is a big hefty guy, and the general's chief is a big hefty guy. And this skinny as a rail kid, the general says, does anybody have any questions? And And the kid raises his hand. He says, "Sir, if the maximum waist size allowed in the military is a 39 and a half, why do we sell 44-inch pants in clothing sales?" Well, goddamn, ain't that a good fucking question? Isn't that a good question? If the maximum waist size you're allowed to be in the military is 39 and a half, then we shouldn't be selling anything above 39 and a half inch pants. Because if you're cranking your fat ass into a 44, how are you magically getting down to a 39 on PT test day? You watch so many dudes torment themselves so they can make their tape. Yeah, right? Yeah, people used to take laxatives before their weigh-ins. We have a society of people. Yeah, it's more military waste. It absolutely is. We have people who don't have the first clue about nutrition, the first idea how to take care of themselves. You know, I'm just going to take a moment to say, if you're fucking going to lose your kids because you can't do the paperwork by the end of the fucking day, and a person is helping you, stop arguing with the person helping you and just do the motherfucking paperwork. Just do the paperwork. Put the truth on there. Put the fucking truth on the paperwork. Why are you facing eviction again? Because my children's father has withheld child support again. Your kid wrestled and didn't have to worry about it up to 285. All his teammates were so jealous all the time. Nice. What else did this doctor say? Many of my patients want to add more vegetables to their diet and cut back on unprocessed, ultra-processed food. This is generally a great plan to feel good and reduce the risk of cardiometabolic disease, but for a person in recovery from an eating disorder, focusing too much on diet can be psychologically distressing. It might be healthier for that patient to take a break from worrying about food. Okay, this right here is called the exception. Yes, of course, you as the doctor need to know that your fucking patient is just getting over a fucking eating disorder. Your health goals can change over time. Exercise may be really challenging if you're caring for a young child, and sleep will take priority. But in the menopausal transition, exercise may be your top goal if you're looking to prevent bone loss. This bitch needs to be slapped with a tuna fish. Yes, of course. She started seeing a doctor ask her questions about her health goals and habits she wants to work on rather than simply telling her to lose weight. For someone who thought of size as being synonymous with health, it's a new mental mindset to allow yourself to see wins away from the scale. That includes getting better sleep so she has stable energy throughout the day. No, I'm sorry. That's fucking bullshit. We need to stop with the fucking fantasy delulu nonsense with people. Look, you fat fuck. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot out-exercise a shitty diet. Period. Dot. You cannot out-exercise a shitty diet. Trust me, I've tried. Trust me, I kind of want abs, but I kind of want to be able to eat a dozen donuts too. You cannot out-exercise a shitty diet. It is not possible. Period. Dot. You cannot out-exercise a shitty diet. You can get better results with a better diet and less exercise than you can with massive amounts of exercise and only correcting the diet a little bit. It's like the people that go into fucking McDonald's and get a quarter pounder with cheese, a Big Mac, a 10-piece, and a Diet Coke. I gotta watch my calories. Doctors aren't nutritionalists, and they legally cannot even give you medical advice on diet. Don't know who told you that. That's incorrect. They are a medical doctor. They can give you advice on diet. No doctor becomes a doctor without taking the basics. So I don't know who told you that, but that's incorrect. A board-certified doctor. Your doctor told you that. Well, your doctor lied to you. Then they all lied to you. They don't want to inherit your problem. There's got to be a problem with you they don't want to inherit. Bro, I'm telling you, there is a problem with you specifically, and they want you to go see a nutritionalist. My doctor prescribed all of my weight loss stuff. I don't know where people say doctors legally cannot give you medical advice on diet. Diet is in general practitioner. It ended up being a vitamin deficiency. See, there's something wrong with you. Although a vitamin deficiency should have been able to diagnose that because that's just a CBC with your B panel. So that shouldn't have been, I mean, that should have been easy peasy. And that's just 7 vials of blood. That's that's 8 vials of blood. Because if you're a male, you want the 7 vials of blood for your CBC, your B panel, and then you want your testosterone draw. But yeah, an MD can do that. Yeah, pretty much most of them don't want to deal with it. They want to offload it to as a consultation, or it has to do with your insurance. See, the problem is a lot of people blame doctors when the truth of the matter is what they have to do is blame their own insurance. My doctor doesn't give a shit because my 2 insurances, the only thing my doctor can't do outside of whenever he wants is my cancer screen. It has to be 732 days between each cancer screen. I don't know why anyone want to go to family medicine right now. A bunch of millennial moms with Google medical degrees with a fellowship on Mama TikTok telling you why you need an emotional support crystal. Yeah, like I've seen that more and more. Sitting in the emergency room and explain, like a mom is there and the nursing staff is like, you are better served before we check you in driving right down the road to the acute care clinic or going right across the street to our acute care clinic, then you are sitting here. So right here, I'll show you guys how dumb this shit is. So right here is the hospital. Right? Right here's the hospital. Right here is the urgent care. It is literally across the fucking street. But if you come here to the emergency room, you get triaged as an ER patient. For those of you that don't know what that means, you got to the emergency room at noon. And there were 3 people there before you. And now at 1 o'clock, there's 8 people in the waiting room, but they keep all going in front of you. It's because by triage, they need to be seen before you. They took your temperature, they took your blood pressure. Your temperature was low-grade fever. Your blood pressure is fine. Now a little kid comes in with a 103.9. that little kid is going to get taken before you because that kid is a higher triage. I'm sitting here and they're like, go across to the convenient care or go down literally right there. It's not even that far down. Right there is the other urgent care. They have 2 urgent cares within walking distance of the hospital. But you still have people that want to sit there all fucking day. I love how much diagnostic equipment we have for handling biomedical issues and how so many people choose to use the internet to diagnose themselves. Right, it's just like what pisses me off is people that say I self-diagnose myself with autism. Oh, really? Oh, really, asshole? You self-diagnosed yourself with autism. Well, how did you, what process did you go through to make sure that you're not a sociopath? And they're like, what do you mean? You can't self-diagnose yourself with autism. Because 100% of the markers for autism are also the same markers for being a sociopath. So, how did you diagnose yourself autistic and not sociopathic? And they just look at you. There is a reason why providers aren't allowed to diagnose themselves. Because you need an objective insight into yourself. I'm autistic too. Really? When were you diagnosed? And they're like, well, I haven't been formally diagnosed, but I have all the markers. Great. You're a sociopath. Our local Quest Diagnostics and LabCorp have specials you can buy for most tests. Use your HSA or other healthcare savings. Yeah, here's what's really wrong with American medicine. You go and get blood work drawn by Quest, and your numbers, all they're going to say is intolerance, out of tolerance. They're going to give you the markers, and they're going to say warning low, warning high. And then you're calling your doctor. Yeah, the results should be interpreted by your doctor. Like, a long time ago in a land far away, I went to the doctor. I had a regular routine physical. Nothing was even wrong with me. And I'm sitting in the room and they brand new 3-level med tech, just barely able to see patients on her own. She comes in and she puts the finger thing on me to get my pulse. And, it's like 41. And she goes flying out of the room. And I'm like, well, that's odd. All of a sudden, she comes flying back in with a doctor and a med tech and a crash cart. The fuck's going on? What's up, doc? My doctor was like, oh, it's you. And I'm like, yeah, it's me. She looks and says, he's not having a heart attack and he's not crashing. But his pulse is only 41 and his respiration rate is like 9. The doctor's like, yeah, he's in really good shape and he's a runner. So the more senior med tech comes in and puts the thing on my finger. Now, of course, my pulse rate is like 75 and my respiration is like 29. And they're like, see, he's fine. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine because you fucking ran in here with 3 people in a crash car. Like, what the fuck? People don't understand that your test results aren't always the fault of the doctor, which is why people talk about we need universal basic health care. Cool, I agree with you. It's going to take 35 years to do. You diagnosed yourself with macro penis. Yeah, but the problem is it's on your forehead. Unicorn. You need a doctor. You need a doctor. To tell you. Now, you need a doctor to tell you that has freedom to order whatever results, whatever tests they need, because your insurance company should not ever be telling a doctor he can't order the test he needs. Have you seen all these recent TikTok videos of the doctors that are recording their phone calls with insurance companies and how much ass pain they have to go through to get things approved? Look, if you ever have to get a procedure done and they won't approve it, then you tell the person on the phone with you that you want it documented that they are denying your procedure. And 9 times out of 10, they're going to say, well, I can't document that. Nope, I need it documented that you have decided that I can't have this procedure. I was at my monthly prostate exam and I told, well, you're full of shit because you don't have a monthly prostate exam. So we don't need to lie. Sorry, nobody has a monthly prostate exam. And before you give me the bullshit, you were just getting boned in the ass by somebody. And by the way, there's no country on the planet that has free healthcare. People got to stop. Okay, for it to be a joke, it needs to be funny, and that wasn't funny. And you don't live in a country with free healthcare. There is no such thing as free healthcare. There's taxpayer provided healthcare. And that's why we get a lot of discussions where Europeans are looking at America and say, why is your healthcare so expensive? And I turn around and say, well, mine is cheaper than yours. And then they don't understand that you're paying 65 to 72% in taxes by the time you pay your income tax, your VAT, your window tax, your church tax, your TV tax. By the time you get done paying that, how much of your money do you actually have? And then 40%, like, who the fuck pays 40% in America? Yeah, a lot of European countries have church tax, window tax, TV tax. England, I think, has all 3 of those. I know some European countries have church taxes. Some of those countries have 25, 24% VAT. That's a 25% sales tax. When you're paying 25% VAT, it means every single thing you buy costs you a quarter more than it should. But people talk about free. Your education's not free. Your medicine's not free. It's taxpayer provided. Do I think that makes it bad? No, I don't think it makes it bad. But I think it's terrible where Europeans are caught up in the idea that it's free. Take a person, gets a job, grows up in America. Take a person, get a job, or take a person born in America, grow them up their whole life. No, it's not cheaper per person. We need to stop the bullshit. It is not cheaper per person. It's not cheaper per person in the slightest. No, I'm telling you, as a dual citizen, I have Irish healthcare and I have American healthcare. So don't stand there and say, yeah, it is, because no, it isn't. Because none of the European countries have any idea what dollar amount they would have if they had a population the size of the United States. The United States has more people on Medicare than most European countries even have people. So you can't turn around and say, yeah, it is, when we already provide free healthcare to more people than you have people. Between Medicare, please explain how that makes sense. Subsidized by taxpayers is the only possible. Yeah, the reason why it makes sense is because up until this presidency, none of the European countries were contributing the mandatory amount for them to be in NATO. Because for the entirety of the existence of NATO, no, you weren't. You weren't contributing 5%. Why fucking lie about it? No, the fuck you weren't. The majority of European countries were not contributing what they should have to NATO. They weren't contributing to what they should to their own national defenses. I don't know why the fuck you would lie. Yeah, it used to be 2%. You're right, it used to be 2. And then NATO decided it would be 5. And then some of those countries never started contributing the 5%, the extra 3. I don't know why the fuck you feel the need. We will have 5% by 2030 because that is the new goal. You're right. And that is why your countries have been able to put things in to your domestic growth, because you've lived under the shadow of the umbrella of the military might of the United States. Where at one point we were putting in 49.5% of our fucking national budget into our military. When you don't have enemies because you have Big Brother with a stick, then you can say, oh, well, we're going to advance in medicine, and we're going to advance in roads, and we're going to advance in schools and universities and this and that. But then when the United States says, hold up, we're dropping our budget to 25%, all these other countries are like, but now you actually expect us to have a military? Yeah, we do. So where the fuck is the problem? US doesn't spend 5% of their GDP. No, we spend about 20% of our budget. No, it's of your budget. Also remember, our GDP, first of all, we absolutely do spend more. We spend more on our military than the next, 26 countries combined? Like, here's the thing, ready? We have more money invested in stealth bombers than some European countries have in their whole military. We spend more on the Raptor program than some European countries spend on their whole military. We spend more on naval power than multiple European countries combined spend on their military. Which is cool. We spend 13% of our federal budget on our military. The federal budget for 2026 is $7 trillion. And earmarked money for the U.S. military is $839 billion. That doesn't include operational funds. That's the base budget. That doesn't include the extra 1 to 4% that goes into our nuclear program. NATO is 2% of GDP on defense. You take, okay, and why are you comparing percentage to GDP to percentage of budget? How does that make sense? Because our fucking GDP is the size of the next 5 allies combined. The state of California has a larger GDP than most of Europe. That's why. So it works like this. You have to spend that much money to catch up to what we had, not even what we will have in the next 5 years. That's the point. This is the point you should be considering. The US can body the rest of the world combined. That's the point. Every statistical model, every simulation shows that the whole world versus the United States, non-nuclear war, the US wins with no more than 25% casualties, and it literally puts the rest of the world back to the tribal era, like the Bronze Age. That was like 50 years ago. No, it was like 35 years ago. The problem here is that European countries, without a doubt, have benefited by having Big Brother America do all of the global defense for about 35 years. But then you turn around and you say it's cheaper per person. Well, how do you know? You have a country of, so you're saying you flipped the bill on our healthcare? No, nobody said that. You must not know how the word subsidize works. Because you only had to provide 2% of your GDP into the military, you didn't have to spend as much as we did. So while you got to invest in schools and healthcare, we were investing in the military. Or do you not understand that because you didn't have to put that extra 3% in, that was 3% of your GDP you could put into healthcare, education, development. That's the point I don't think you want to admit because you recognize shit. No, I'm not talking about NATO. I'm talking about the European Union. We're talking about NATO contributions. But all the NATO nations didn't have to contribute for years and years and years and years and years. They should want to contribute to their own national defense. But they didn't. But you didn't contribute as much as we did. That's the point. But you've never contributed as much as we have. Like, for example, no, you're supposed to spend, what do you mean 200% of our GDP? See, why can't you conduct yourself and just accept and admit, yes, you're right. Because we didn't have to bolster our military forces. We had disposable income to put into education and healthcare. Why is that so hard? Why is that so toxic for you to say, yes, that's correct? We acknowledge that because our military commitments were lower than yours, we were able to take that surplus because we didn't have to worry about defending ourselves, and we put that money into education and healthcare. Because that's a fact. So why is it? We did spend 5.3% now. We've been spending 2% for. You're right. Well, I don't even know what country we is, but the point is, you only were contributing the bare minimum to your national defense. 2%. How much of our GDP are we supposed to pay? As much as you need to be an independent military nation that doesn't rely on other people to defend you. Doesn't that make sense? What fucking country, for like the fourth time now, because you say we, I don't know which country you were. So which country are you talking about? Because then I can look at it and I could say, that makes sense, this is this. It's like, people want to think that I'm like the all fucking knowing Swami, that I know where every fucking dumbass in the world that stumbles into my show is from. What country are you talking about? Lithuanian. We'll always have to, okay, there you go. See, now you're almost there. You're from Lithuania. You will always have to depend on others. So the thing is, you didn't contribute enough to build your own fucking military. You contributed the bare minimum of requirement, which was 2%. You were able to invest in healthcare, in schools, because you didn't have to have a military to defend yourself. That's the whole fucking point. That's the motherfucking point right there. Your education and your healthcare was subsidized by the United States, saying you don't have to defend yourself. The only reason why your budget for 2026 is 5.38% of your budget, it doesn't matter if you contributed more than 2. What the fuck is wrong with you? It doesn't matter if you contributed more than 2. Did you contribute more than we did? No, because what we contributed as a smaller percentage was still infinitely more than what you contributed. Because our GDP is about 9 times the size of yours. And yet we still, contributing less money, have a larger military. That's the fucking point. Because you don't have to have a military to defend yourself from Russia. Holy fuck. This is no shit. My grandfather was adopted by Lithuanians, and let me say this, the fucking Lugan people can literally never be wrong. Dumb motherfucker. Because you didn't have to contribute as much as we did, because you know if you get attacked, we defend you, you put in the bare minimum, and the US will come defend you. What the fuck does that mean? It means you didn't have to spend 13% of your budget to fucking have national defense. What it means is that you don't have a self-sufficient military. So what it means is you can put that money into healthcare and schools. That's all the fuck it means. We subsidize your defense so you can spend money elsewhere. That's what the fuck it means. So what he said was, we subsidize your healthcare system, which is fucking true because we cover your military defense needs. If you don't fucking like it, run for fucking government and tell the United States we don't want your defense anymore. And then see how quickly Russia's on your doorstep. This is the fucking problem with people. You're so goddamn concerned about arguing numbers and percentages that's all the fuck you know what to do. Our 1% of our GDP is how much money? Oh, fucking infinitely more than yours. We put $900 billion into our military without operational expenses. When you buy American hardware, you're buying billions of dollars worth of R&D that we did, that you could never afford to do. This is why I can't stand my European brethren. Because you're so fucking racist and bigoted, you want to look at these numbers. Yeah, you put in more than 2%. And no, we don't make money off of that hardware, you dumb fuck. Do you not know how fucking military hardware sales go? The United States doesn't make money off the hardware sales. Our companies do. And we tax them. But we don't recoup the money we invested, because for every fucking piece of hardware we develop and bring to market, we have trillions of dollars of research that never amounts to anything. That's why we can fly a fucking F-22 into fucking Iranian airspace and they think it's a duck going really fast. What pisses me off about people like you is you think we sell you the hardware and we make money. We don't do that. We facilitate the transfer of arms on behalf of Lockheed, Northern, NG, Boeing, General Electric. We require them to run the deal through us. Then we tax them on the money they make, period. But you're like, we contribute. Fuck, man. My budget, hold on. I'm gonna look it up. I want to see this fucking Lithuania military budget. Your budget, first of all, it's 3% of your GDP for 2024. So that's the best numbers I have. Your entire defense budget was 2.7 billion. All right, let me equate this to you. I don't care about 2026 because you haven't spent it yet. I care about 2024, which are the last vetted numbers that I have. Remember, 2025 numbers aren't vetted. Your entire fucking budget is from 2024 was 2.75 billion euro. Okay? I want to put this in perspective for you because this is really kind of fucking important for you to rationalize. Because this is This is going to be comical. All right? So your entire budget for your whole fucking ass military, right? Is 2 point some odd billion. 3 billion. My personal budget in the military was enough to keep 4 billion gallons of aviation and ground fuel. My operational budget was about 12 billion. Your whole country's ass military was a quarter of my fuel buy. I want you to put that into some fucking perspective. Okay? You're like, we contribute. Dude, your budget was a rounding error. The budget for your whole ass military is my rounding error of expenditure. I could lose your whole country's military budget and write that off on a form and just be like, shit, I don't know where that went. So don't turn around and be like, we contribute 5%. Great, you do. But then turn around and be like, you didn't subsidize our healthcare and our education. Yeah, the fuck we did. Every fucking European country, yeah, the fuck we did. For years and years and years. Again, I don't like Donald Trump, but one of the things I do think was really important. So why are we allied? Because Americans are kind-hearted? The fuck is wrong with you, asshole? Yeah, that's exactly why we're your allies. That's exactly why the motherfuck we're your allies. What happened in World War I? Didn't have anything to do with us. World War I had nothing the fuck to do with us. We're like, look, we're gonna sit this one out and let you all figure this shit out. It was a European land war, right? Did it involve us? No. I didn't do anything. The US didn't do it. We won World War I and World War II. What do you mean we didn't do anything for you? What the fuck is wrong with you? We didn't do anything for you. We won the fucking war. You gave away our capital to the Polish. We didn't do that shit. Oh, whoa. Back your shit up, motherfucker. We didn't do that shit. Your fellow European countries. Oh, yeah. You allied to the Germans. Oh, wait. Do you know that the peace treaty didn't even involve us? Because our own Congress wouldn't allow us to join the League of Nations? Or do you just hate on fucking America, but you don't bother to do the history? Now, World War II. We said we're going to sit this one out, but we're going to sell arms to anybody that can cash and carry them. What the fuck, Japan? Why the fuck did you just bomb us? Hey, we should go kick the shit out of Japan because they're the ones who attacked us. And there's Churchill like, hey, if you don't get over to fucking Europe right now, we're going to lose the war. We got attacked by Japan and we went to Europe first and we didn't do nothing for Europe? I think you have a really fucking shitty recollection of world history. The US didn't do fuck all to Lithuania. And save us from who then? We ended up under occupation anyway. Did we do that? Who did that? Who exactly did that? Did we do that on our own? Or did your fellow European countries do that shit to you? Don't blame us for that shit. Why? Because while Europe was getting resolved, we then went and fought the war in fucking the Pacific. And guess what? That's where all our attention was. By the time we got back and put our attention on Europe, who fucked you over? Who fucked you over exactly? Oh, was that your European brethren fucked you over? Oh, I think it was. Don't blame us for that shit. We showed up, died en masse. So take your fucking hate train about America and fuck right off with it. We didn't fuck you over. For 10 years, we were waiting for American liberation. The CIA constantly making promises. Men in forests waited every spring for 10 years while hundreds of thousands were being shipped to Siberia. Your soldiers drank coffee and ate chocolate in Italy. What the fuck are you talking about? What the motherfuck are you talking about? What the motherfuck are you talking? Are you talking about in World War I? What war are you talking about? Because you guys said for 10 years we were waiting for American liberation. The CIA constantly making promises. Men in the forest waited every spring for 10 years. I don't think we ever told you we were coming. World War I ended in 1945. The fucking CIA wasn't even created until 1947. Oh, so you waited for 10 years, but you only gave me a 5-year period, and the CIA didn't even exist for 2 of those years. In fact, the CIA didn't even exist for 2.5 of those years. So what the fuck are you talking about? From 1945 to 1950, you said men waited in forests for 10 years, and the fucking CIA didn't even exist until September 18th, 1947. So 2 of your years and 9 months of 1 of your years, so more than half of that time frame, the CIA didn't even exist. So what the fuck are you talking about? See, I don't mind if people want to hate America and just be like, I have a hate boner for America. But what I really don't like is when people have a fucking fictional hate boner for America. They make shit up. You don't have to make up shit about my country. My country embarrasses itself on a daily fucking basis. But for God's sake, you're literally saying a 10-year period. You give me 5 years, 2 years, 9. I am Googling it, you dumb fuck. Hey, shitbird. I've had to do this a lot more often than I'd like to. Ready? I don't have to Google shit about the history of my country. Some asshole at the Pentagon had signed me there. 1944 to 1953. I don't have to grok it. I know the history of my military. 1944, 1945, 1946, and 9 months out of 1947, the CIA didn't exist. So who the fuck told you to stand out in the forest for those years? No, you clearly don't, because you said, hold on, where'd you say it? Just so we could bring it up. Just so we could bring it up. This is the ignorant ass racist shit you said. For 10 years, we were waiting for American liberation. The CIA constantly making promises. Men in forests waited every spring for 10 years while hundreds of thousands were being shipped to Siberia, and your soldiers drank coffee and ate chocolate in Italy. Yeah, that's fucking racist, bitch. That's racism. How's it racist? Because you say American liberation, so you're clearly saying Americans, but you're saying for those 10 years, but the CIA didn't even exist until 1947. So who the fuck told you to stand out in the woods for 3.5, 4 of those years? Why can't you line up the dates? Yeah, Americans made promises to liberate us and encouraged us to fight. No, go back to, I am Googling it. How you said for 10 years, who the fuck was telling you the CIA was coming before the CIA existed? But you tell me, you know your history, but you don't know that the CIA didn't even exist then. So who the fuck was talking to you? Or, hold on. Is it that the CIA, which was an infant in intelligence work, who told you that? We were told the Americans were coming. We didn't tell you we were coming. When did we say we're coming to liberate Lithuania? Show what? Who? Who told you that? Because what we did do for you is we did train your individuals the same way we trained Bin Laden, the same way we trained people in South America, Cuba, We did what we could, but where exactly did we say we were coming militarily? Yeah, we trained you. When we did have a CIA, we trained individuals with MI6 who infiltrated Lithuania and other exiles back into Soviet territory. We weren't that effective. We were literally a one-year agency. I think you're one country over. Your problem is with MI6. That's not us. We were just learning how to have an intelligence agency. So, where exactly did we say we were coming? I'm looking it up for you. We never said, we never, ever, ever formally promised to liberate you. So where do you believe that we were going to come and liberate you? In fact, as I'm looking it up, did we not make a declaration that we did not recognize the Soviet annexation of the Baltic states, including Lithuania, in 1940? I'm pretty sure we said we didn't recognize it. So exactly where did we tell you we were coming? When did we give a binding promise to liberate you by force? Because if we did that and we didn't show up, you'd have this right to have a hate boner against us. But when did we say we were coming? Couldn't have been in the first years you're talking about. We didn't have anybody telling you that. The agency you blame didn't even exist yet. So when did we say we were coming to liberate you? See, the funny part is that this person probably thinks, like most other streamers, don't know their fucking history. You're walking right into the fucking thing I spent years and years and years doing. It also helps that I have a fucking Lithuanian raised grandfather. The CIA and Britain's MI6 provided training and modest supplies. Yeah, we did what we could. It's like, why didn't your intelligence agency help us more? I don't know, because it's brand fucking new. Why did Great Britain, France, the two major players in the European restoration, allow Russia to keep you? Why the fuck hate us? See, the funny part is this person's probably been indoctrinated, because remember, when your identity becomes your ideology, you're not interested in new facts. Oh no, man, you got a fucking big hater. Oh, but it's funny that you have time to respond to that, but you don't have time. You don't have time to respond to the when the fuck did we say we were going to help you militarily? Yeah, he's saying that the CIA existed for these 10 years, but the CIA wasn't even formed until 1947 in September. So it's like, you're looking it up. You're not gonna, wait, you've got this fucking hate boner for America military, but you don't even know when the CIA was formed? So your 10-year claim is bullshit? And you don't know that we never agreed to liberate you? So you're fucking pissed off that help never came when we never said it was coming? Holy fuck, ladies and gentlemen. I won't take your word for it because I don't need to. We never said we were going to liberate that area because, as I said, we defeated Germany. We packed our shit up and headed to the Pacific. By the way, who came with us? No, American broadcasts into Lithuania never did that. No, the fuck they never did. No, they didn't. Because we didn't have a mandate to fight Russia. The funny part is, ready? Europeans, plug your ears. There's going to be a war you weren't involved in. Britain provided minimal support for the better part of like 17 months. But Britain didn't have ground force. The Voice of America did. No, it didn't. Let me help you out here. When we defeated Germany, we never had a military agenda beyond defeating Germany, packing our shit up, and going to the Pacific Theater. We never had an additional agenda because we entered the war with Russia and Great Britain and France. Russia had already flipped sides. There was never a fucking plan. Yes, people tend to forget that Russia was one of the allies when America entered the war. We didn't enter the war. Now, do I think we should have? I think we should have beat the dog shit out of Russia and sent them all the way back to Moscow. Yes, I do. Yes, the fuck I do. But for fuck's sake, man, stop blaming America for shit America wasn't involved in. We never had a plan to fight Russia. We never had a plan to fight Russia. Holy shit. Japan just bombed Pearl Harbor. We're getting involved in this shit. Whose side are we on? You're on the side of England, France, and Russia. Cool. We beat Germany. We take Italy. Northern Africa. We win? Oh yeah. Well, no, it wasn't the USSR yet. We know you didn't plan to invade Russia. Well, okay. So we know you didn't plan to invade Russia. But hadn't Russia already claimed you? So hadn't Russia already claimed you? Oh yeah, it is the USSR. My bad. My brain took a walk off the map there for 1 second. Yes, it was the USSR. We didn't know now, but at the time, we know now. Wait, you didn't know at the time that Russia had claimed you? We didn't know the Americans wouldn't assist us. Why would we assist you? That's the point. Why would we assist you? See, the problem here is you're mad about shit that never happened because it was never supposed to happen because it never should have happened. See, this is what I'm so confused about. Yeah, how is this America's fault? Like, we never said we were going to liberate you. You were a casualty of a war before we even got involved. We never made radio broadcasts saying that that you should fight. Our CIA, in conjunction, because of the American ideology of self-determination after World War II and the ideological opposition with the USSR after World War II, but you were already part of the USSR. You were already part of the USSR. We didn't have a policy of opposition. We had a policy of containment. So the problem here is you're mad about help we never said would come, help that never did come. America didn't recognize it. Didn't recognize what? We didn't recognize their claiming of your area, but they already had you. So we weren't going to fight them over it. The problem I have with this is you're like, this is America's fault. How the fuck was it America's fault? Russia claimed you in 1940. We entered the war in 1941. We weren't about to fight Russia because we had to get the fuck over to the Pacific Theater. Shouldn't you have a big hate on for Britain and France? Why didn't Britain and France advocate for all the Baltic region to be freed from the USSR. I'm saying you didn't fight for us. Right. Guess what, man? Hold on. Here's the problem. We also didn't fight for Spain or Portugal or South Africa or Madagascar or Colombia or Venezuela or Argentina or Chile or the Dominican Republic. We didn't fight for any of them either. No, the problem is that you turn around and you say shit in an accusatory manner, and then you can't prove any of the shit you say. The timeline you give is absolute dog shit. When confronted with the truth, you backpedal because you know you're another individual today who walked into a public forum, pulled down your pants, showed your ass to everybody, and then you're upset that people are laughing at your ass. You're like, America broadcast that they were coming to free us. No, they didn't. That never happened. The CIA told us to go into the woods for 10 years. The CIA didn't even exist. So these are the things you said, and now you're just getting fucking completely obliterated, by not by me, but by the facts. The problem is your entire narrative isn't supported by reality. We never said we were coming to liberate you. We never told you to resist. We might have told you through other channels, but you said the CIA. You said that we had a policy of opposition. We didn't have a policy of opposition with the USSR. We had a policy of containment. That's why we had a war on the spread of communism. Why'd we get involved in Vietnam? Stop communism. Why'd we get involved in Korea? Well, because the French got their ass kicked. Why did we fight China? Because they were going communist. We never went around freeing countries. That's like, you let us down, but we never said we were coming. But you should have freed us. We didn't even say we were going to. We literally told Churchill, hey, Japan bombed us. We're going to go take care of that shit. You guys got Europe. And Churchill's like, no, we don't. If you don't get your ass over here, by the time you finish in Japan and get here, there won't be an England, there won't be a France. So we went there. I don't mind if people want to fucking condemn us for all the shit we actually do. I don't mind if people want to condemn us for all the shit we say we'll do and we don't. But it's like when people turn around and say we're contributing, and it's like, cool, you are, but why don't we contribute 5% of our GDP? Because that'd be a fucking, what's going to happen if we have an even bigger military? The United States is already the largest fucking threat on the planet. It would be $1.4 trillion, which, ironically, we spend more than that. Because, again, what people don't understand is when they see the American military budget at $800 billion, they turn around and they say, but you're not spending 5%. And we say, bitches, that's not our operational budget. That's not our black budget. That's our slice of the pie to just have the military there. If our military is so insignificant, why even tell us to spend more? So that you're more than a fucking speed bump if anybody invades you. Unless you want us to put 100,000 American troops in your country and you pay for that. That's why. Yes, to give us logistics time. We can be anywhere in the world with a strike force in 12 hours, 24 hours, 36 hours, 72 hours, and 96 hours. But the problem is, depending on where you are, we gotta motor a fucking carrier strike group to air operation range. If you can't last 12 hours, we're not gonna put a rapid deployment team of Marines in harm's way. You gotta last 12 hours. You gotta be able to last for 12 hours. Look at how far Russia penetrated into the Ukraine in the first day. That's why. Because we need all of our allies to give us the one thing money can't buy, and that's time. And that's what all our allies don't understand. What we need is fucking time. Ready? Here's Lithuania. And there's Belarus. But we would know the war would start far before the invasion begins. And what? So what you're saying is you're always going to know the buildup, so there's no risk that you can be invaded. Dude, I don't know what fucking reality you live in, but you quite literally border your enemy. Your enemy is quite fucking literally already on your border. You need to have a military that can respond for 96 hours while we start to get there. Also, we don't routinely keep a carrier strike group in this area. Why? Because these bubbas have an area of responsibility. What does the couple extra hours give you from us spending what it gives you is time. No, we wouldn't know days beforehand. That's your fucking thought process. You're assuming we would know days beforehand. You're assuming we would know days beforehand. You don't know that. You don't know that fucking Putin could order Belarus to mobilize their military and go right over the fucking border, and everyone would be standing around with their dick in their hand. Oh my God, dude, I'm gonna assume you never served in the military. You understand that I can invade a fucking country with deuce and a halves and guys in trucks. You understand Belarus would be more than enough to kick the fuck out of you. The point is, they don't have to win in the first 24 hours. This is why people that have never served in the military should shut the fuck up about military operations. Ready? Watch this. They come across the border and they take that much of your country. Because in 12 hours, they penetrate that far into your country. That assumes Poland and Latvia does nothing. Guess what, man? Poland isn't going to be able to mobilize that quickly because Poland has just bought a defensive army from us. Poland did not buy an expeditionary force package. They bought a defensive force package. Poland can't just roll into your country in the first 12 hours. Poland has to fucking call parliament together. They need to have meetings. Poland isn't gonna do shit without consulting with Big Papa and say, hey, Big Papa, are you coming? And we're like, fuck no, we have 2 carrier strike groups in the Mediterranean. We have to spin one up from the Atlantic coast. How many troops does Belarus have? Uh, 63,000. Belarus has 63,000 active duty personnel and 365,000 reserve personnel. But again, you're missing the fucking point. While you're assuming everybody's going to be able to respond, I put 20,000 troops over the border, right? I put 20,000 troops right over the border, and all I do is grab that. Now what? Now I have it. I have all that land. Do I think 63? No. You have got to be one of the dumbest motherfuckers that I've ever talked to. I don't have to conquer it with 20,000 people. I just have to take it. I just have to take it. Because then when you don't have a military to contest it, and while Poland has to fucking go to NATO, and the United States has to spin up a carrier strike group, because we don't go anywhere without air superiority and air supremacy, Russia's moving troops in. Belarus then is using that time to call up their reserves. That's the fucking point, dumbass. If I take it, now I have to hold it. If I have it, you have to take it back. That's why the motherfuck you want a standing military that can say, oh shit, troops just came across the border. Fuck. Get troops moving in that direction. Get air support up. What do we have? Get them moving. Shit, man. We have fucking 2,000 troops as the rapid response team in Washington, D.C. We have a 2,000 person strike package in the hypothetical situation that the White House comes under ground assault. We have fucking guard units everywhere in this country. We can spin up national defense in minutes. We send one fucking page out. Beep, 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 report to base. If that beep comes to your phone, drop your fucking dick, get in the car, drive to base. If you have a uniform, great. If you don't, they'll issue you a new one with no name tape on it. Poland can't reinforce you, you dumb fuck. Poland has a defensive fucking garrison. Poland did not buy an expeditionary military with the $60 billion they spent. Poland bought a fucking garrison. Poland bought shit to defend Poland, not you. What is Poland gonna do? What the fuck exactly do you think Poland is gonna do? By the way, that's a really awesome defense strategy. We got invaded, Poland will defend us. Poland is like, no the fuck we won't. We'll call NATO. Hey NATO, what's up Bubba? Article 5 this bitch? That's time, man. That's the fucking time I'm talking about. Poland isn't going to scramble into your country. Why? That looks an awful like another fucking invasion, doesn't it? This is the shit you're not thinking of. That's what you're not thinking of. It's Poland's job to protect us. No, it's not. It's Poland's job to protect Poland. That's why Donald Trump and NATO have said, y'all gotta up your military spendings because you don't have dick for militaries. Because we need time. We need time to get there. Well, why can't the Navy be there faster? The laws of fucking physics? We don't commit without air resources. Yes, I think Poland will sit their ass at home because Poland doesn't have the military capability you think they do. I know what their military capability is. I know what the fuck they bought from us. I know we gave Poland the fucking catalog and they walked through the fucking Little Texas military store and they bought a defensive garrison. Poland just spent some upwards of Poland bought shit that's not even finished. That's the point, man. You're like, is Poland gonna just let it happen? Yeah. So your country, Lithuania, has 23,000 military total with 28,000 reserves. With 28,000 active reserve and 104,000 total reserve. Belarus has 3 times the number of active duty military personnel as you do. And they have 3 times the reserves. Yeah, Poland has done exactly what I said they would do. Poland is like, shit, how long does it take a U.S. That doesn't include the riflemen. No, it does. You're talking about 14,150 paramilitary. So you have 37,000 active duty military. But remember, you've got an active duty military. Yeah, I know. You have 14,000 paramilitary. How quickly can you defend your own border? Not quickly enough. Not fucking quickly enough. That's the fucking point. This whole argument you've made is, well, our allies will defend us. Let me look up something real quick. Let's just see something. No, here's the funny part, man. You literally keep saying that Poland will defend you. Why? There's no treaty between Lithuania and Poland. So your belief is that Poland would cross the border to defend you when Poland has no treaty to do so. You have literally no defensive pact with your neighbor. Yes, exactly. Poland isn't going to move their defensive capability because if they commit to defend, then they open themselves up. Poland bought a defensive military because Poland knows we can defend ourselves. And hey, US, Article 5, baby. And the US is like, good, you have a $60 billion military. That buys us the 96 hours we need. Hey, England, yeah, you're gonna have to do some fucking air supremacy. Oh, never mind. We have planes stationed in England. We can make that run. Maybe. The Marines are like, fuck, I love the way this sucks. Put me in, boss. But here's the problem. Do you have any idea how long it would take to get an Article 5 vote out of NATO? Not minutes. That's why you build your own fucking military. That's why everybody should have their own military. But this whole fucking rabbit hole went down to show you chose to put your money into school and healthcare. Education and healthcare. Right? We didn't. This is why I tell people, if you're going to get into a debate about military logistics and military doctrine, know what the fuck you're talking about. The United States, I'm pretty sure the official NATO strategy isn't to reinforce us. The official NATO strategy is to reinforce you, yes. The official NATO strategy would be to remove the invaders. Do you know what a whole lot better of a fucking theory is? To reinforce you while you repel the invaders. You know why? Because when you keep their military in their country, you can bomb the shit out of their military because you're bombing the enemy. It was to retake the Baltics within 144 days? No, it wasn't. You're just making shit up now. How do I know you're making shit up now? Because the US doesn't op plan like that. That's not how we do contingency operations. We don't have a plan to retake shit. That's not how we roll. Because as I said, we win our fights through air superiority and air supremacy. We go in, we make sure the other guy doesn't have any jets so that we can fucking rain fire down on their military on the ground and they can't contest us. Period. We don't operate on the doctrine of retake. We operate on the doctrine of prevent. That's how we operate. We operate on a doctrine of, oh, never mind, it changed in 2026. It's no shit. Really? Also, by the way, we don't tell NATO. We don't give ops plans to NATO. We don't give ops plans to the United Nations. We never have. We don't play that fucking bullshit game. Have you ever seen an American unit wearing the blue UN helmets? No. Because we think those helmets are fucking stupid. Here's the thing. I don't mind. Yeah, remove that mountain. Temper. I don't mind if people want to hate on my country for shit that we said we would do and we didn't. But don't fucking hate us that we didn't liberate Lithuania when we never fucking said we would. Don't fucking blame us for why Lithuania got fucking boned in the ass. Right? You got boned in the ass by England and France. That's who boned you in the ass. We literally packed our shit up and went to the Pacific Theater. That's what we did. After World War I, our fucking idea, Woodrow Wilson's League of Nations, was our fucking idea. And our own Congress said, no. Nope. No. Because that's going to bring us into all this bullshit. We're going to stay on our side of the ocean. Nope. Not doing it. Please, for the love of God, learn your fucking history. Please, for the love of God, don't throw out accusations that the CIA didn't help you when the CIA didn't even fucking exist yet. And then when the CIA did exist, it was helping you. But they didn't do enough. They were a fucking brand new intelligence organization learning from MI6. The fuck did you expect them to do? Well, they were broadcasting. No, they weren't. Who? Oh, you mean people were saying, hold out hope the Americans will come? There's a big difference between the Americans saying we're on our way and other people saying the Americans are coming. We never had a doctrine to free anybody militarily. Our military doctrine was containment, contain the spread of communism, not free anybody from it. We were busy enough. I don't mind if you want to have a hate on, but for fuck's sake, if you don't like us, then don't be our ally. Yeah, this is why foreigners, I know you didn't have the doctrine and didn't intend to retake us, then what the fuck was your bitch about? That's my question for you then. What is this fucking bitch about then? This is your words off of your fingertips. None of this is fucking true. None of this fucking statement is true, and you've now just literally said, I know that. We saved Europe from World War II, motherfucker. You weren't Europe at that point. You weren't Europe. You were fucking the USSR. They claimed you before we got involved in the war. You weren't even fucking considered Europe at that point. Yes, we saved Europe's ass. Without the United States, everybody from Russia to Portugal to Scotland speaks German. The only reason Europe didn't fall was our ability to continuously destroy German resources faster than they could replace them. Up until our entry into the war, Germany was taking losses, but inflicting more. Now, you weren't Europe at that point. So let me help you out with something. You don't even know your own fucking history. You were claimed by the USSR. Sorry. Should have had a bigger military so you could have fought back. No, you don't know your history. I've already fucking beat the shit out of you on numerous dates, times, places, concepts, theories you've been wrong on. Again, ready? This statement with your derogatory shit where our soldiers drank coffee and ate chocolate in Italy, For 10 years? We weren't in Italy for 10 fucking years. When did we enter the war? When did we fuck off to go to the Pacific Theater? How fast did we win that shit? See, this is the sort of shit that pisses me off about people. Next time you want to fucking get into it with an American about our contributions to saving Europe's ass, just say motherfucking thank you. Because there weren't no soldiers drinking coffee and eating chocolate in Italy. The last part was written in the memoirs of a partisan soldier who went to Italy and wrote what he saw. And what? And fucking what? And what? Oh, you mean holy fuck? They didn't have, what? Did we say we were coming and we didn't show up? No. That shit would be relevant if we said, we're gonna come liberate you. We didn't say we were coming, motherfucker. Guess what? Probably 100 million Americans at any given point on any given day were drinking a coffee or eating chocolate. The fuck is your point? Makes you a racist bigot. They didn't help us. We never said we would. They didn't save us because their CIA said we should stand in the woods. What CIA? It didn't exist yet. They were broadcasting. Who? Racism, you dumb fuck, doesn't have to be white versus black. It can be nationalism. You're a nationalist. What you are is an ignorant fuck. How about that? You don't like racist? You're an ignorant, uneducated fuck. That's what you are. Because all the shit you said today, I disproved line by line by line by line by line by line. You fucked off to go research shit and you never came back with anything. You got fucking decimated here. But you're still a fucking racist. You're racist against the race of Americans. Clearly superior then. Because we spend $800 billion on our military. Because we ain't gonna get fucking traded from the Russians to the Germans to the Russians. We ain't gonna do that shit. That's not our fucking agenda. We're not all about having that bullshit go on. Here's the problem. I don't mind if people have a view. But when people start to get that view corrected and they don't change, then you're a fucking ostrich. Right? Let's be real for a second. Lithuania is pretty fucking irrelevant to the world. Let's just call it how it is. Lithuania is pretty fucking irrelevant. Other than Kugala, I can't really think about anything Lithuania has contributed to the world. You're great. So now we're on the same point. That is true. Lithuania is pretty fucking irrelevant to the world. That doesn't make you lesser people. But what pisses me off is when you say ignorant shit like it's cheaper per person in Europe. Yeah, okay. How many people do you have? The population of your whole country is less than 3 million. The population of the whole fucking country is smaller than most of our cities. Look, you got allies, but you got to pay. It's not that we want you to pay. It's that we need you to have a military large enough for us to get there. It's not that, like, I would love for y'all to just buy, like, 100 F-35s, about 8 Patriot missile batteries, protect your capital, and have enough F-35s to defend your border. But that's a big fucking price tag. But guess what? That's about what it's going to take. And then you got to have enough ground maintainers. So you got 100 planes, you need 200 pilots, you need 1,200 maintainers. Right, you can't afford that. You spend as much as you can. Right. The problem is, you spend as much as you can, but you somehow have money left for healthcare. You somehow have money left for education. But if we told you you're too small to worry about, fuck off, we're not going to defend you, Belarus and Russia would gobble you up by the end of Sunday tea time. What I fucking resent is when people make allegations that we don't support, that we don't subsidize their country. You can't build a large enough military to fight Russia. We have a national insurance fund. It's separate from our taxes. What funds it? It's funded by taxes. Okay, if the government takes it away from you, no matter what title they put on it, it's a fucking tax. Right. But it's a fucking tax. If the government pays for it, it's either money the government earned or money the government took. It can't go into the military. Sure, great. It's still funded with taxes. This is where I just cannot get over people. If the government takes it from you, it's a fucking tax. It could be a tariff. It can be a fee. It could be a fine. It can be an assessment. The government takes it from you, it's a fucking tax. You pay 20% income up to 126. Oh shit, man. What the fuck? You only pay 20% income tax up to 126.5. Then you pay 32% on that. Then you pay VAT on 21%. You pay another 19. Holy fuck. You pay another 20%. Jesus Christ. These motherfuckers are paying taxes every other which way. So, 20% on everything up to a threshold, and then 32% above that. So that's income tax. Their VAT tax is 21, except for reduced items, which is 9 to 5. Then social contributions is 19.5%. So just there alone, right? I'm ex-military. I'm retired. So in Lithuania, you pay a minimum. If you're military, that means you serve Jewish policy. Shove it up your ass. No, the fuck I don't. You're a goddamn asshole. The military members raise their right hand and they swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. The military members don't get to decide where and when the fuck we go. You make that statement, you don't have the fucking ball sack to fill out a jockstrap to say that face to face to any member of the U.S. military. That's why you hide your little bitch ass on Twitch. Military members do not get to decide what wars they go to. Ours is not to question why. Ours is just to do and die. Don't you dare have the fucking audacity to tell American military members they serve Jewish policy. Because they serve. They serve at the pleasure of the president and the discretion of Congress. U.S. military serves Israel for the benefit of the Jews. You know what? Yes, they do. And they run around and they empower Israel to kill all the fucking dirty Palestinians. There you go. If you want to start a fucking bullshit war of words, great. Let's just hurry up. Let's give the fucking Israelis another 80,000 daisy cutters and 100,000 105mm rounds and let them just finish the fucking job. If you want to be so ignorant as fuck and say shit like that, you're not interested in an actual dialogue. You're just a fucking cocksmith. I criticize my Vietnam Special Ops grandpa for being a Jew lover all the time. Great. Guess what? I'm not your fucking Vietnam Special Ops grandpa. I'll kick your fucking ass. But if you have no respect for your own family, you don't need to be here. Well, now, Lithuanians pay 60.5% in taxes. That's crazy. Okay, that's fucking crazy. That means you go to work and you could actually pay between 60.5 and 72.5% in taxes. Ready? I don't want to live in that country no matter what the fuck the country provides for free. I don't want to live there. I'd rather live here. Yeah, that's getting awful close to socialism. So how is it, right? Yeah, 72.5%. How the motherfuck does anybody say this is a good fucking... You live in a country with this, your prices are high, nobody knows who your country is, and you don't even have a military that can defend you. Yeah, but here's the problem, right? Your shit's not free. Your shit's taxpayer provided. Which is fine, as long as we remember at the end of the day, the shit ain't free, it's taxpayer provided. As long as we remember the shit ain't free, it's taxpayer provided, I'm good with that. Anyway, I don't mind when people have fucking dumbass ideas, but at least have actual factual facts in history. But I can't forgive a stupid idea if when all the facts are just not true. The facts have to be true. But if you have this, well, your CIA told us. No, they didn't. You said you were coming. No, we didn't. So, I'm gonna get out of here. If everything goes well, I should be here tomorrow to play some video games. If not, then just remember.
No, we're not broke. No, we're not broke. No, we're not broke.
Stephen Sharif said, Ashes of Creation isn't broke. So it has to be true.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of